I'm literally so fucking excited for this. Oh my god, I can't. I literally can't. I'm so excited. Um, this is Galaxy Princess Zorana. I have been sat for this game for probably like 10 years now. This is the spiritual follow up to Long Live the Queen, which is a visual novel princess raising type game where you have to help Crown Princess Elodie survive to her coronation. I don't know how much this has in common with the original, but the original is one of my favorite games of all time. It is so good. The world building is top notch. Everything about the game is just like so lit, and I am so excited that we got this one at long last. Oh my god, I literally, I can't. I have to start right now. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. You lie in your curtained bed, trying to relax your mind into sleep. What a rotten day. Your mathematical drills made your head hurt, your soup was served far too cold, and the heel of your favorite damson purple shoe snapped completely off on your way back to your room, making you stumble in front of your guards. Even your beloved pet. A cunning bionic hawk, a sinuous golden viper, an all-consuming black blob. We get to pick our pet really quick. I'm gonna go with, this is just like Long Live the Queen. She has her mood and stuff. I'm gonna go with the all-consuming black blob. I did notice it seems like she's more of she's more of a like stereotypical princess this time. Zorana seems like more, what's the word, haughty. Ignored you during feeding time. It's bad enough that you had to leave all your friends and be dragged off to this floating palace just because you're the heir now. What's the point of being an imperial princess if you can't have nice things? Your father, the emperor, rules over all of civilized space. How dare your shoe betray you? This is not helping you get to sleep. Relax. Relax. You can get another shoe in the morning. Suddenly there's a loud chime at your door. You don't care. You're in bed. You're not answering it. To your surprise, your room lights turn on by themselves. Someone out there has the power to override your settings. Your Imperial Highness, Princess Zorana, we are here to escort you to the cabinet room. Please rise and dress at once. Go away, I'm sleeping. It is an emergency, Your Highness. It's your father. Whatever my father wants, he can tell me in the morning. Princess, your father is gone. What? I'll be right there. Mood change compliant. You make your way to a seat, still dazed. All around, government ministers, I do not know what that word means. Logothetes and civil servants are shouting at each other in agitation. It doesn't seem real. Surely the real you is still lying safe in bed. Adrift and confused, you stare up at the imperial portraits that overhang the cabinet table. Father, Mother, I never really knew either of you. Your mother died when you were very young. You barely remember her. You have only pictures and her name. Imperial Consort Melania of Crystal Nova, a place outside the Empire which you have never visited. Emperor Dracosen was a busy man with no allowance for a child's demands. You were raised on the Merkin homeworlds by your governess in a series of boarding schools. You saw your father only at official functions, from a distance. Interesting. So it is like Long Live the Queen, our mother has passed, but it seems like in this game it's not a matriarchal lineage system, because in Long Live the Queen, when Elodie's mother dies, she has like only a few months to get ready for coronation, and she's like 16 years old. But in this game, the only reason we're like getting rushed to the throne is because he's gone. You've only been here in the Heavenly Palace for a season, learning at his side, and now... Speak one at a time, or we cannot hear ourselves think. Mazarin, you are His Majesty's shadow, sworn to defend him at all times. How can you not know what happens? Were you not at his side? Ooh, smash. The Emperor received a message from the science labs that one of his top-secret projects had made some kind of breakthrough. We went down to see it at once. One of the cabinet ministers, your father's Logothete of science, immediately questions, what manner of... Oh wait, this is not him saying... One of the cabinet ministers, your father's Logothete of science, immediately questions, what manner of project? The researcher was attempting to create short-range personal warp fields. The assembled ministers break out in shouts again with cries of, impossible, but the physics. You don't understand any of the technical babble. No, this is a skill... we just failed a science check. This is a skill test. You will see bubbles like this throughout the game when your current skills or mood affect the outcome of the story. If you'd rather not know, you can turn them off in the settings menu. No, we want to know. Any school child knows the basics, though. Only very large ships and structures like this palace can travel through warp gates to distant parts of the galaxy. No single person can teleport from a bedroom to a boutique, even if it would be very convenient to avoid crowds. So our father disappeared when he was working on a personal teleporter, because in this universe, you can only teleport when you're, like, in a large object, apparently. We went to view the equipment and speak with the researcher. Dragason sent me to another lab to check on some readings. He's my first loyalty, so I obeyed without question. Then I heard the sound of an explosion. I returned to the lab to find that the equipment was destroyed and the researcher and the Emperor had disappeared. But there were no bodies? Logothete of Law said that. I don't know who that is. No. Were there any records of what tests were run, what the machine was trying to do, where it might have sent them? No, everything was destroyed. How can you know nothing? He doesn't answer. No bodies. Is it possible that the experiment worked and your father was transported somewhere in the Heavenly Palace? That he's just injured, maybe, or unconscious, and that's why he's not here? It's more likely that he was thrown out into space, or sucked into another dimension, or ripped into tiny pieces and scattered like confetti. You wrap your arms around yourself and sink down into your chair as the ministers argue around you. Hi, Shoofleas. Hey, Molly MZ. How are you? How's your night going? I'm so glad you're streaming. I ended a 14-month situationship and I really need the good vibes, LOL. I'm glad you're here, Latte. It's gonna be okay. You will find somebody who's right for you, who's not gonna play games with you, who's not gonna put you in a 14-month talking phase. Onwards and upwards, Queen. You've got this. I'm glad you're here, too. Hope your day tomorrow goes so much better. All gone. So the concept of this game is, I mean, we're a space princess and our father just disappeared. It literally started 6 minutes ago, so we're still in the early part. Princess Zorana! What? You are the designated heir. In your father's absence, it falls to you to make decisions for the Empire. You must decide what we do next. But If the Emperor is dead, then the Empire must be informed with the official mourning period begun. However, with no body present, the procedures are less clear. Should we officially announce Dragason's death or delay the inevitable until an investigation can be concluded? Delay the inevitable? It's like, he's missing, and they're just immediately determining he's gone? That's a little suspicious. I'm starting to think maybe he killed him. We're gonna delay. I just feel like it doesn't make sense to announce the death when we have no body. It's the middle of the night and no one's sure what's happened yet. Maybe there are clues we haven't seen. There could still be hope. There's no need to rush. I love her hair, right? She's so cute. She's a little spoiled because she's a space princess, but I'm fucking with her so far. Very well. The Celestial Ministry will organize a full investigation. There's a buzz of agreement and plans to sweep the entire palace for any clues to the Emperor's fate, with a special focus on the science division. We must also consider the possibility that this was not an accident. A tall woman leans forward. She's so cute. Leans forward, her earrings swaying. She's the Imperial Thresher, head of intelligence and the secret police. You've never really spoken to her. Her reports to your father were always made in private. If it was well hidden. There's been no sign of any plot against the Emperor this Fivim. You will pursue it. Of course, but this must be handled discreetly. We don't want word to leak that the Emperor is missing, especially when we don't know the truth. There could be panic, chaos. Enemies would take advantage. I don't know why I made her British. I don't know why I made him have some weird accent. It's all just, we're vibing. I've never played this before. And in such uncertainty, we must devote extra attention to the safety of the air. She turns to you. You don't have your own sworn bodyguard at this point, do you? No, just the regular guards. Then I volunteer to stand as your bodyguard until a proper rotation can be established. If you wish it, I will sleep in your quarters and keep you safe from harm. It's okay, you don't have to sleep with me. She wants to stay in your bedroom? Your private sanctum? She's a stranger, and a stranger whose entire job is to snoop and spy. But it could be safer to have her present, if you feel that you can trust her. If not, you'd be volunteering for your own execution. Can you truly trust anyone in this palace? Do we want a bodyguard? I mean, I doubt this choice affects much, but... She's the head of... I'm gonna say no, because she's the head of the police. My current guards will be sufficient. She says nothing, only nods. It is probably best for you to sleep while you can. There will be little time for it in the future. With the meeting broken up, you disperse into the hallway. Princess Zorana, I was bound by your father to give you a message in the event of his death. Yes? Focus on your studies. The skills you gain can never be taken from you, and they may mean the difference between life and death for yourself and the Empire. Build a pool of trusted advisors as quickly as possible to strengthen your power base, but always remember that your own knowledge is far more valuable than what you hear from others. What is the concept of this game? Basically, it's a visual novel where you play as a princess who is like unexpectedly made the heir. I mean, she's unexpectedly in line to take the throne because her parents are gone. And so we have to like sort of raise this princess to have the right skills to take over the throne. It's a sequel to another game that's like that. There's a really niche genre of video game called a Princess Raiser, which is basically like what I said, where you're a princess and you have to like develop different stats to become the queen. And this is like that. That's all? Nothing personal? No secrets? No final admission that he loved you? Nothing? This seems fine. I literally am obsessed. Okay, so some lore is that there was a game called Long Live the Queen that came out like probably 10 years ago at this point. That was the prequel to this game. And I have been waiting 10 years for this game to come out. This game, it's made by like pretty much a one-woman production team. She has like coders and stuff like that, but she's the only writer and she makes like all the decisions. And this game took 10 years to make. I don't know. I'm sad. You've been a weak and spoiled flower. That's actually a lot. Like, she's been working on other stuff in the meantime. And she hasn't been, like, it's not like this game took 10 years to make. She's made other games since then. But from the time Long Live the Queen came out to the time this game came out, I've been waiting for this game, is what I meant to say. You've been a weak and spoiled flower, but you are Dragason's child, and if you survive, you will be Empress. Spoiled? How dare... It is what your father told me to say. Learn quickly. He walks away. Here you are in complete control of your own life for the first time. What you choose to study will give you the skills you need to become Empress, or else doom you to a brutal fate. You'll show them all. You have to. Once you've slept, you must choose your first set of classes and begin your journey. Right, okay. Hey, bushy browses, how are you? Zorana can learn many skills, some faster than others, depending on her current mood. Click the question mark next to a skill set for more information. Okay. We have interaction. I just, like, got a lump in my throat. We have interaction, that's rhetoric, etiquette, and deception. We have combat, blade, chain, and unarmed. We have body control, endurance, pressure points, and contortion. We have gunnery, ray guns, dart guns, and big guns. Interesting. We have arts, visual, musical, and dramatic. Condition, tumbling, strength, and reflexes. Domination, sports, hunting, and wrestling. Spaceships, piloting, operations, and layout. That's pretty cool. Emotion, empathy, allure, and menace. Stealth, hiding. Oh, we already have 10 hiding. Hiding, intrusion, and sleight of hand. Environment, survival, scouting, and terrain. Engineering, repair, invention, and demolition. The way I like to play Long Live the Queen was I would always give her like the social skills. Like I would do rhetoric, etiquette, like emotion, empathy, etc., and the arts, like this left side. But we're a space princess, like we should probably get some actual shit. We should actually get some real stuff. I'm thinking body control for the first day, because I'm assuming this plus and minus is like what we have boosts to or not. Okay, this is our mood menu. I'm trying to see if there's a way to tell like what mood will affect what skills, but we probably just have to figure that out by playing. Why do we have 10 and big guns too? I'm gonna do, how do I do this? Oh, like this. We're gonna do endurance and pressure points. Endurance and contortion. Actually, I'm assuming this game is gonna be like Long Live the Queen, where you have to get certain skills to a threshold before you can make them so we're just gonna do 2 pressure points. That's so random, but I'm just gonna do it. Oh, they got rid of the flavor text. Oh no, that makes me so sad. In Long Live the Queen, there was like flavor text when you upgraded your skills. I wish that was here, but it's its own game. I need to stop holding it to the Long Live the Queen standard. Once again, you lie in your bed. This time, sleep bubbles up easily. Your mind and body are exhausted from the stress of the days since your father disappeared. Only in sleep can you relax. Was there a noise? Did something just fall over in your room? You're so tired. Something bumps against your bed. Before you can react, a hand claps over your mouth. You open your eyes to see an attractive, scantily clad Hyrcan woman kneeling next to your bed. She looks familiar. Isn't that one of your father's concubines? Whoa. I'm trying to workshop, like, how to even comment on this woman I like, period. Shh, be quiet. I have to talk to you. Talk? She's not trying to kill you? It's about the Emperor's disappearance. How does she know the Emperor has disappeared? The Ministry was supposed to be keeping that a secret. Although they've been searching the Heavenly Palace from top to bottom for any clues, and no one's seen the Emperor anywhere for days, some rumors were bound to start. He's been preoccupied lately, more than usual, and the one time he did visit, he patted my arm when we were done, like he was saying goodbye, like he knew something was about to happen. I thought maybe he was planning to remarry, so I looked into things, but he spent all his time alone with his stupid bodyguard. But the Threshers people won't talk to me. I know something's wrong, I'm his favorite. I could have important information. Karundi and the ministers are supposed to be investigating what happened. Shouldn't they have spoken to your father's harem? Perhaps they were ruled out early on. Will you help me? Oh, right. She takes her hands off your mouth and wipes it on her skirts. How did you get in here? I have your father's codes, obviously. I am his favorite. You have imperial overrides for the entire palace? Even you don't have those. Well, no, just bedrooms. Nothing useful then. Do you have any idea what my father might have been expecting or worried about? Not particularly, but it's suspicious, isn't it? She's no threat, but she doesn't know anything useful. She's completely wasting your time. Go away and let me sleep. You're gonna need to have those codes changed. That was rude. We're not gonna... I feel like I would have been like, yes, I'll help you. Every turn you will have the opportunity to interact socially with characters who are present in your current location. At the moment, that's people in the Heavenly Palace. As well as visiting Karundi the Thresher, you can also spend time with your pet, which will affect your mood. Your pet is a writhing, indistinct mass of darkness that likes to tear its prey apart before absorbing it. You only wish you could be that destructive, though large weapons do help. What is your blot's name? Gibbelit, Amoebus, Goo, Malacron, or Cousin. We're obviously gonna name it. Your Ebon blot is named. Okay, so we have like a massive black blob that consumes things. I'm gonna name her Miss Stephanie. Oh, she's so cute. These are our only choices. I guess we'll go hang out with Karundi. You can close this dossier with the X button in the top right corner, or the escape key on your on your keyboard. Karundi, gender female, home sector empire, race Merkin. Okay, the other girl was Merkin too, the girl in the last thing, so I don't know what that means, but maybe it's like the main race. Imperial Thresher, voting status not an elector. Opinion of Zorana NA. Intrigue 75. Head of Imperial Security and devoted to her job. No spouse or any other ongoing relationships. An exemplary record. To learn any more about Karundi, you'll need the skill to investigate on your own. Good day to you, Imperial Princess Zorana. My agents are not aware of any current threats to your personal safety. Well, that's good at least. Is that... Was that... Did we talk to her? We'll visit Miss Stephanie. You tear apart chunks of meat and throw them to the blot, watching them slowly dissolve in its burbling grasp. If only it were so easy to make all your problems disappear. At the end of each turn, you can choose an activity which will change your mood. How do you want to prepare for the turn to come? Search for traps or write in diary. What is this arrow, though? I'm gonna write in diary. Oh, they were probably... Okay, I think I see. You hole up in your room to record your most secret thoughts in your private diary. You are summoned again to the cabinet room, where the ministers are assembled. To our greatest sorrow, there have been no... Oh my god, I just accidentally saved. We'll save again, actually. I'm gonna call this one, Miss Stephanie, because that's the name of our blot. To our great sorrow, there have been no signs of Emperor Dragason's survival in the Heavenly Palace or anywhere else. Please report on your investigations. Karundi stands.
No subversive organizations have claimed credit, no unusual activity or celebrations, no sign that this incident has leaked outside of the palace itself, although that can't last long. The missing researcher, a Harry by the name of Three-Forked Lightning, was known for alternative practices and generally considered a crackpot by other scientists. Three-Forked Lightning was personally recruited by Emperor Dragoson to work on the secret warp project, a posting it could never have received by merit, unlikely that it would then betray the Emperor. No enemies known that would go to such extremes for sabotage. No sign of suicidal inclination or other mental break. Personal records show only enthusiasm about the research. Best viewers on streamboo.com, exactly. I leave it to you to explain the technical details. The head science minister coughs. We have tried to recreate the Three-Forked Lightning's research, but key records are missing, possibly stored in the equipment that was destroyed. The only experiments we can trace created unstable warp fields that immediately collapsed, destroying the targets in the process. Nothing suggests it would ever work. It was madness to try. What'd you clip? Other ministers speak up, but they all come to the same conclusion. Your father was killed by meddling with bad science. It was just a stupid accident. We are now honor bound to announce the death of the Emperor. Wouldn't you agree, Princess Zorana? Yes. I clipped what just happened, but nothing even really, like me saying hey to Streamboo, it wasn't that clippable. Very well, then this celestial ministry is permanently disbanded. Thank you all for your service. You may depart. The ministers, except for Karundi, rise from their seats. Most nod their heads to you in respect before departing. Others just walk away. What happens now? Now the election cycle begins. You are Dracoson's heir, but you cannot claim the imperial throne until you are acclaimed by the majority of the electoral college of the Comedia. Every elector is a noble from one of the imperial worlds, each with their own interests and motivations. You will need to speak to them individually to win their support and make deals where you can. You are also in need of a new team of advisors now that your father's ministers have been dismissed. By imperial custom, you may not rehire any minister from the previous cabinet. With certain exceptions, the Thresher will always advise you on manners of intrigue. The High Pontifex will always take the role of spiritual advisor once you win her support. It is the same for your military advisor, the Star Admiral. Cute art styles, right? The High Pontifex and the Star Admiral aren't here right now. They have too many duties of their own to stay in the palace all the time. You'll have to seek them out. You now have knowledge skills. When you have access to an advisor, you can use their knowledge as if it were your own. Advisors will also help you train your knowledge, but a bad advisor can lead you astray. You might win an elector's loyalty by offering them a position as your advisor. It is a great honor to join the Celestial Ministry. You might also consider winning someone's loyalty by making an offer of marriage. Marriage? Marriage alliances are traditional. But you haven't even had your adulthood rights yet. You're still an adolescent. Old enough to be betrothed, yes, but would you really want to barter away your future like that? Marriages are for life. Cute art style reminds me of She-Ra and the Princesses of Power a little bit. I have not seen that, but it is really cute. I am really enjoying the little space aesthetic. As your father's heir, you provide direction for the Heavenly Palace. At your commands, we will travel the Empire so that you can meet with your electors. It's all so much to take in. You have enough to worry about with your classes. Thank you. I will speak to you again later. What should you study next? That's crazy. We still have body control. So I'm gonna do contortion now. Oh, I forgot. It's like this. Oh, okay. So now we have this stuff. Oh, that's what they were saying with the invite. Okay, so we have this intrigue buff because... But can we study that? Oh my god, you can study that. Interesting. Okay, there's a lot to this game, but it's a first playthrough. We're probably gonna die randomly eating chocolates or something. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead with contortion. $30 points in contortion. Princess Zorana, here are the regular status reports. You add the stack of papers with some dismay. The Imperial harem has been cleared. All your father's former concubines have been sent on their way with appropriate gifts and thanks. Some will no doubt wish to return for the official funeral, but for now it's safer to keep them away from the palace. We don't need any further disruption. If the harem is empty, that means Esmerai is gone as well. You never heard from her again after that encounter in your bedroom, the one where she said no one was investigating the harem. Were they all questioned to see if they knew anything about the accident? Of course, but none of them were involved in the scientific projects, and none of them wanted your father dead. My agents uncovered a great deal of gossip and infighting, but nothing relevant. You can't tell if she's telling the truth. When is the official funeral? Certain ceremonies to bless the Emperor's passage have been carried out already, but the full state funeral will not take place until a new ruler holds the throne. Until then, the Empire is guided by his spirit. This brings us to an issue which requires your attention. Mazarin, your late father's shadow, has not yet carried out the ceremony to end his life as honor requires. It wasn't his fault, it was an accident. There was nothing he could have done. Oh, that's saying that Mazarin has to die. That does not matter. The Emperor's shadow must follow him into death. Have you spoken to Mazarin? He has confined himself to his quarters, fasting and vigil. He claims that he is waiting for the Emperor's body to be found before holding the ceremony. Hard to cut your throat at your master's feet when the feet are missing. Was that supposed to be a joke? Mazarin's loyalty is not in question, but the Emperor's physical form may be forever beyond our reach. What are your commands, Your Highness? We're keeping him alive. I'm sure Mazarin would rest easier if we could find the Emperor's remains. It's given, like, this, I mean, it's pretty obviously a conspiracy of some kind, and I think they're trying to kill Mazarin right now to get him up out of here before he, like, finds anything out. Until we have final proof of the Emperor's fate, or a new Emperor to take the throne, it is not a dishonor to wait. Very well, then. You gather up the papers and hurry away to your room before you can be presented with any more problems. In your room, you check your messages and discover that you've got mail from some of your school friends. They send their condolences about your father's death. Of course, the news must be reaching across the Empire by now. It's been a season since you've seen any of your old friends, since your father called you away to the Heavenly Palace and named you heir in your brother's place. At school, your two dearest friends were Ksenia and Vasily. Ksenia loves gauzy dresses that blow in the wind and make her look like a dramatic heroine. She's fascinated by... I'm like congested all of a sudden. She's fascinated by rumors of magic and alien powers and knows more about your Novan heritage than you do. Nova mention! Oh my god, Nova is the what's it called? Nova is the place from the first game, from Long Live the Queen. Oh my god, we're a descendant of Elodie. Yeah. Ksenia was also a far better student than you were, especially when it came to computers. She loves finding out secrets and insists that the crystal she keeps by her keyboard gives her special hacking insights. She's enthusiastic, bubbly, and a bundle of energy. Vasily, on the other hand, is much more laid back. He's handsome, artistic, and prefers to charm his way out of situations rather than do any actual work. He's quite intelligent when he puts his mind to things, but he'd rather use that intelligence to have a good time. Vasily always had devoted fans following in his wake, and he was kind to all of them, but never seriously in love. As far as romance went, you had a crush on Ksenia, Vasily, both of them, or neither of them. Interesting. Hi, hey Red Panda, how are you? How's your night going? I'm gonna say we had a crush on Ksenia or Vasily, and we're gonna say Ksenia. Her eyes were always full of mystery. You really miss her. For now, though, your social interactions are limited to the palace. Why would I not pick the queer option? Like, hello? Okay. I'm well, how about you? I'm doing so good. I'm playing this game that I've been waiting for a long time. This game is the sequel to one of my favorite games, so I'm having a ball. It's the same as last time. Am I missing? These are the only... It's pretty clear these are the only two I can speak to as of right now, I think. Ah, mood change negative. You know, oh, I think I get it. It's literally like a wheel. So when we do this, we go to secretive, but if we did this, we would go to cautious. So then we were secretive, but then it made us negative by hanging out with our pet. I want to get to social so we can do the social skills. So we're gonna do this, and we're gonna not play with our pet anymore. Great, I'm so glad. Thank you. Oh, I'd skipped that. At the end of the turn, you can direct the Heavenly Palace to warp to a new location in the Celestial Empire. You must travel to each location to interact with the local electors during the social phase. Under each pin's location, you can see the votes up for grabs in that sector. A white circle indicates an unassigned vote, a green check mark shows a vote supporting you, and a red X shows a vote opposing you. Right now, the Heavenly Palace can move only one warp gate jump per turn. You can travel to any of the 4 points directly connected to your current location. Additional movement can be unlocked with science. You can view more of the map by dragging with the mouse or by using the compass arrows and zoom buttons on the right sidebar to adjust the display. If you choose to stay put, instead of moving, you receive a bonus social action on the following turn, so you can talk to more people in your location. However, there aren't many people to talk to in deep space, so you should probably pick a new destination. Yeah, we're gonna go... I want to go over here to Heru, because Heru, I mean, I didn't even look around before deciding that. Oh, this one has a lot of votes, though. Merca 1. Maybe we should go there. The thing is, like, wherever we go, we have no fucking skills to impress anyone. We're gonna go over there and be like, hey, I'm a spoiled 16-year-old with nothing going on for me. We're gonna go to Merca 1, though. That seems like the most logical choice for a first playthrough. Merca 1 sector. We have a problem. There's always a problem. Mazarin has disappeared. What? He stopped responding to messages. When we overrode the security lockout on his quarters to see if he'd done his duty, we found them empty. How can an important political person, the Emperor's own shadow, just disappear out of the palace? Weren't you watching him? You never ordered surveillance on Mazarin. You said he was completely loyal. Your Highness, my agents have been more concerned with your safety than with the safety of a shadow who is due to enter eternity in the near future anyway. Well, did he die somehow? Did he make another warp portal to follow my father? On last reported sighting, he was headed for the hangar decks. It seems likely that he smuggled himself out of the palace on a spaceship. As the Emperor's shadow, Mazarin was trained in a variety of techniques. Stealth, surveillance, infiltration, hacking. He's quite hard to track. Has he gone rogue to save his own life, or is there more to the story? He doesn't want to go through with the ceremony. That's why he had to disappear. Most likely. Princess Zorana, it falls to you to make decisions in Dragason's place. What is your official response to this situation? I'm gonna say do nothing. I don't want to draw attention to what Mazarin's done. It could be a scandal. Don't say anything, don't do anything. Let everyone forget it. Most likely we'll never hear from him again. Very well. He's gonna run. He's gonna run for, like, president against us. At last, they leave you alone to plan your class schedule. I just didn't want to do anything. No shade. We're gonna do this. I think science is really important, but we don't have a boost to it, so I'm just gonna do endurance. Body control. Oh, I hate that outfit. Oh, I hate that outfit, but okay. I'm glad that they brought back outfits. I just hate that one. There are more messages of sympathy waiting for you in your mail queue. I have to blow my nose. BRB, 1 second. I feel like that didn't really do much for me, but I'm back. There are more messages of sympathy waiting for you in your mail queue. These condolences are labeled from your Novan family. What family? You don't know anything about your mother's relatives on Crystal Nova. Since she died, they've never visited or reached out to you in any way as far as you know. They might have sent something for her funeral, but you were very young and you don't remember the details. Are her parents still living? Did she have siblings? Do you have cousins? You wonder for a moment and then decide that it doesn't matter. Crystal Nova is no part of your life. You are dedicated to the Celestial Empire. It's almost an insult that they would reach out to you now considering. And then it hits you. This message isn't from some unknown cousin. It's from your brother. Prince Vashkot, your older brother. Like you, half Merkin and half Novan. Unlike you, he held responsibility from a young age. He was named heir to the Celestial Empire upon his birth. He blazed a trail through the top Scalariums and led his squadron in military service. And then he turned traitor, stole a fighter, and defected to Crystal Nova. Ex-Prince Vashkot has a warrant on his head if he ever dares to return to Imperial space. You haven't heard from him since. So interesting. He's half Merkin, half Novan. And he was the heir, which we are now the heir, but then he turned traitor and defected to Crystal Nova, which is our other ethnicity. Our mom's side, which we have no, like, what's it called? We have no jurisdiction in. I'm gonna say we miss him. Your ages and different upbringings meant that you weren't as close as some siblings, but he was still your brother. He used to visit you on Kedro and tell you stories. He escorted you to balls when you were too little for a proper partner. More importantly, if he were here now, then you wouldn't have to deal with all of these politics. Voshkot was supposed to be the heir, not you. But he betrayed the Empire and ran away. You don't even know why. You don't have time to think about this now. You're an Imperial princess. You're busy. When you enter a new inhabited sector for the first time, that turned social phase will be a reception to allow you to meet the local electors. Merca Prime, the twin worlds, Kedro and Andro, the heart of the Celestial Empire, your home. In many ways, your childhood felt like an exile. You were raised on a small Kedro estate in the care of your duenna. While your brother was heir, you were never called on to attend your illustrious father in the Heavenly Palace. You were the second-string child, unnecessary, out of sight. And yet, in your schooling, you came into contact with many other children of wealth and power. You were an imperial princess, and at every treason you received invitations to anything from ritual sacrifices to operatic competitions. There likely isn't a senator or a Kefali on the Twin Worlds that you haven't met at some points. The gleaming clifftop castle you visit tonight is not a novel environment. You have walked these halls before and you know what shoes to wear. The difference is that this time you're the guest of honor, the center of all attention, on display for all to judge. This event, your first public appearance on the Twin World as Empress-to-be, is more of an investiture than a reception. You will be announced, honors will be conferred upon you, and each personage of rank will be brought up one at a time to offer you a ceremonial gift. With so many in attendance, you will have time only for a brief acknowledgement before they move on. There will be no opportunity for private conversation or individual inducements. That will come later. Countless dignitaries will wish to offer you their sympathies and respects this evening. It is, of course, the 6 local electors who are uppermost in your minds, 3 from Kedro and 3 from Andro. This single sector is the pivot for the balance of power in the Celestial Empire. However, you cannot seek them out. You must wait as the entire queue proceeds in order, as tradition demands. Okay, let's pre-made. Oh, I changed my name, I forgot. Hey, the one and only Kane. Who are you? It's all very stuffy. You'll be trapped standing in one place for hours, and you can't spend time with anyone you like or avoid anyone you loathe. By the end of the night, your feet will declare war on your knees. The primicers of the Twin Worlds take precedence, followed by the Kefalis. They bow, they kiss the air above your hands, they present you with an array of identical platinum coins stamped in your father's image. It is some time before the first of the electors reaches the head of the queue. He is sexy. Zolot of Kedro. You recognize him easily. He dresses for that effect. But you have never known him well. Too old to have been your friend, too young to have been a schoolmate's parents. Zolot's first husband has passed into eternity. He's here gay? It is Zave, the queen of League of Legends and Galaxy Princess Zorana. Hey Zave, why the hell is your name the one and only Kane? You're a Kane player? That fits your, like, little incel personality. He's gay. He bows to you, wings fluttering with practiced charm. Your Imperial Highness, may the gods bring you favor. I feel like I gave that voice to the other guy, but I ran out of voices 20 minutes ago. He says nothing more than that, merely offering his coin to your attendants and withdrawing. You can't tell how he feels about you. He fucking hates us. The next elector to approach you is Krovos of Andro. He is the only one of the cohort that you have never met before, for the plain reason that he is far too young to take on the responsibilities of the position and never has been invited to any formal gala. You vaguely heard about the death of the region of Andro's child elector last season, but shouldn't someone else have been appointed to the position? For Krovos to be here alone implies that he has stepped into the full role. Hey, how's the game so far? Hey, Alvin, it's really, really good. We're still at the beginning. Pretty much the only thing that has happened so far is our dad died or disappeared or something, and then now we're, like, trying to get elected to president. Not president, but, like, empress or whatever, so we're meeting all the people who are voting for us to be empress. For one, I was just trolling my friend while I was in VC while she was streaming, and I changed my name to make it seem like she had a real viewer, then quickly shattered her hopes and laughed in her face. That's so rude. So rude and so disrespectful. You should feel ashamed of yourself for how cruel you are to people who just show you kindness. This guy looks like the gym leader from Pokemon Sword and Shield. What was his name? Alistar? There's precedent for allowing adolescent heirs to take up positions when necessary. You yourself have not had your adulthood rights, but Krovos is only a child. It's most unusual. I did not really comprehend that. The death of the region of Andro's child elector. Child elector means we heard about the death of the region of Andro's child elector. But isn't he the child elector? I get what it's saying. It's saying, like, whoever was the elector before died, but he's the child elector. Hello, Your Highness. How are you? His manners might be acceptable at a child's party, but they're totally wrong for this occasion. He ought to be addressing you as Imperial Highness. He's such a little boy, younger than you, and he's all alone. You can be generous. I'm very well, thank you. Oh wait, I'm very well, thank you. He grins and hands over his coin. Happy birth, Sor. It's not my... Oh, never mind. The little boy wanders off, his task complete. You can't tell how he feels... Oh my god, we're gonna get that every single time? You can't tell how he feels about you. The next elector who approaches is Vater, also of Andro. He's an older male who never married and has no children that you know of. He's always seemed kind. Your Imperial Highness, it is my great pleasure to see you here tonight. I hope to see you carry on the legacy of both your parents. Both? Did he know my mother? Of course he must have. Better than I did. He bows, offers up his gift, and moves out of the way so that the next guest can proceed. You can't tell how he feels about you. After a few other senators have come through, the next elector to approach is Lucamir of Kedro, scion of a long line of politicians, and very familiar to you. The academy you attended until recently lay within the territory he represents, and he was a frequent speaker at graduation ceremonies. Lucamir is in attendance with his wife, both impeccably dressed, save for his ever uncontrollable hair. He kind of looks like me a little bit. Like if I were in Galaxy Space Princess Zorana. He looks at you stiffly, then bows, offers up his coin, and withdraws without speaking a word. That's worrying. You can't tell how he feels about you. I think I can kinda tell. He fucking hates us. The next elector to appear before you is Ixil of Andro. She's notable in Twin World society for her large number of acknowledged children, one of whom attended your academy a few forms ahead of you. You were hoping Fayer would be here tonight, but there's no sign of her or her siblings. But then, these are the guests of highest prestige. Heirs and offspring rank lower and might be further back in the queue. Ixil stands by her husband's side, smiling at you. Hello, Your Imperial Highness. You're looking well under the circumstances. We're very sorry for your loss. I know this time may be very difficult for you. Please call on my household if you have any need. Thank you. They present their gift to you and leave smiling. Her ass is gonna try to kill me, I already know. She seems like Lucille from the first game. Hey Jakara, how are you? How's your night going? The last of the electors to make an appearance is Milan of Kedro. You're surprised to see him attending alone. Perhaps his wife is unwell? She is much older than her husband, after all. Equally unusual, Milan appears to be entirely sober, which is not his typical demeanor at social gatherings. Perhaps this is a show of respect. Your Imperial Highness. He thumps a fist to his chest. Glory to your line. You nod in acknowledgement, and he hands over his ceremonial coin. Until another meeting. He marches away with purposeful motion, his back straight. You can't tell how he feels about you. That is the last of the electors, but certainly not the last of the guests. A long evening stretches ahead of you. Of course, there's one more vote to be cast within the sector. However, its holder is not the sort of person who can be expected to wait in line to pay her respects to you. If you wish an audience with the High Pontifex, you will have to approach her as a supplicant. For now, you must raise your chin and look regal. Now that you've met the electors of the region, you can contact them privately during future social phases in this sector. Okay, we're gonna organize our clauses because we're trying to get to social. Although maybe it would have been faster to go this way. Oh yeah, it definitely would have been, but it's too late now. You sort through your belongings, carrying some away to storage and organizing others to be more convenient for your use. It helps to clear your head. I'm doing good. I streamed a mix of AI, the Somnium files, and Peak with friends, and we'll also watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with Corpse in Discord. Oh my god, that sounds so fit. I'm so happy you had fun. I've never played the Somnium files, but it looks like a good time. A good screeching, hooting, and hollering time. I am a little too scaredy cat for jump scare games, though. Your screen is chiming insistently. Someone on your contacts list is trying to call you. Hello? Hello, Zorana. Oh, hello, Vasily. Xenia pushes her way into view. She's so cute. Zorana, we're here to support you in your hour of need. Well, we're not here yet. I mean, we're here, but we're not there here. But we could be if you want. What? What she's saying is that we'd like to visit you in the Heavenly Palace if that's not an imposition. You shouldn't be all alone at a time like this. And you shouldn't have to deal with entertaining us or trying to look the right amount of sad if that's just more stress for you. However, if you would enjoy the distraction, and the hugs and the chance to show off all your new stuff, then we will happily fly out to see you. Do you want to see your friends? They at least don't want anything political from you, probably, but you're still pretty overwhelmed with everything you need to manage here. Do you have time to play hostess? It's not a jump scare game, it's a murder mystery. Oh, yes, I'm thinking of the wrong thing. But it's also very serious at many times. We love that. Peak is the game where you're like climbing the mountain and you're all the little blob creatures, right? That's so... I want to get that game. Or I don't know if I do, but it's fun to watch at least. I would love to have you visit, but it may not be that exciting. Everything's in turmoil around here. That's fine, we're happy just to be with you. We'll see you soon. Okay, what do we have a boost to now? Still body control. Engineering, we have a boost to engineering. I feel like it makes sense to do intrigue, even though we have what's her name giving us an intrigue boost. I feel like I just want to have intrigue of my own volition. Although maybe I'm trolling by not doing this. We'll do it 1 intrigue and 1 endurance. Basic level intrigue. You wait eagerly for your friends to disembark. Zorana! Let me save. Intrigue. She runs up and throws her arms around you in a hug of greeting. Vasily follows more sedately, not laying a hand on you in this very public environment. How are you? Have you been sleeping okay? You look tired. What have they done to you? She fusses over your hair while you try to explain about the election and the need to assemble a team of advisors. That must be very difficult, putting your fate in the hands of strangers you cannot trust. Yeah, hey, that's a marvelous idea. What is? We could be your advisors. I know a lot about other galactic cultures, and Vasily knows all about art and stuff, and then you'd have people on your team that you trusted. Also, if you appoint us to your cabinet, then we'd be assigned quarters in the palace, and we could stay here longer. Otherwise, we can only visit for a tresson. I don't know. Don't decide anything right away. We would be happy to help even if it's only for a little while, but you have many responsibilities. If you want to make those plans, we can talk later. I'm not making them no fucking advisors. Sorry. I love, like, they're so cute. I love their pink and blue hair, but they're gonna drag the fuck out of me for making my childhood friends my advisors. I have to try to win this election. That's right. For now, you need to show us around your palace. No. We're gonna go say hi to Krovos. Actually, we can just straight up offer a cabinet position. I'm gonna investigate her background. You dig into the background of Ixil, Elector of Andro. Ixil is, in many ways, an unremarkable elector. She comes from a respectable family, but not a noteworthy one. She carries out her required duties, but is rarely present in the Imperial Comitia outside of major events or strongly whipped votes. She's considered religiously devout, but makes her observances at temples within her region of Andro. There is no record of her ever having been admitted to the presence of the High Pontifex. Is this the game you asked if it was okay to stream because it was in beta? Yes, this game is in beta, it's early access. I got a key for being a backer, and it is a sequel to Long Live the Queen, which is a princess raising game. So basically the concept of this game is we're a space princess and we're trying to get elected to Empress, because our dad just died, but we still have to get elected. They're gonna wear big pants and tell you to campaign with Liz Cheney. Right, beat me up, Scotty. They're gonna tell me to, like, run on harsh borders or whatever. But hey, beat me up, Scotty, how are you? Among the Merkin nobility, Ixil mostly stands out for her large... Oh, wait, no, I didn't. For her large number of children, you know at least 6 of them. What you never realized until now, though, was how many of Ixil's babies died during infancy due to genetic defects. Any competent fertility lab could have detected and prevented those problems. She must have been relying solely on natural conception. However, while others might agree or disagree with her position, it's not a secret and not a scandal. Fayer, one of Ixil's daughters, attended the Ishinka Academy with you, though she is a bit older and was in a different form. You were never close friends, but you did admire her. You haven't heard anyone mention her recently. Okay. I kind of want her in my cabinet. Maybe I'm just blinded by her being an older lady. They kind of did just tell me she's, like, unremarkable and not politically important. But I kind of want her. I kind of want her for some reason. She's the spirituality girly, which is, like, I don't know how useful that's gonna be. But something is You arrange for a private dialogue with Ixiel and lay out your offer. In exchange for your electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy. Of course, it would be my privilege to offer you advice and guidance. What position did you have in mind? Oh. Oh my god. I didn't know. I thought I was just giving her, like, any type of position. I don't even know what any of this is. Ixil girl. I don't want to make her the Ministry of Culture because she's like a Republican. She's like, real women vote for Trump. She's not gonna be the Logothete of Science either, girl. Like, all of this is actually so bad. All of this is actually so bad. I don't know what External Curator or Lord Chancellor is, but Lord Chancellor sounds way too important, so I guess I'll just give her External, whatever that is. I couldn't tell you. Excellent, thank you for the opportunity, Your Highness. Galactic Relations skill of 10? She fucking sucks. Oh my god, she sucks. Oh my god, I should not have done that. I just fucked up bad. Well, you know, whatever. Let's look into Vater. No, let's look into the blue guy, because he really hates us for some reason. Zolot's father never married. Zolot was the only child of his favorite concubine, a winged beauty of unknown family. Zolot was a pampered child raised to use his looks for his advancement, and as an adolescent married a much older man who is now deceased. Zolot's inheritance and control of the electoral seat has been challenged by his elder half-sister, Sertra, in a bitter rivalry since childhood. For many cycles, Zolot has been engaged in a scandalous romance with one of Sertra's concubines. He has repeatedly offered to buy the boy's contract and been denied. Recently, Zolot proposed marriage to Savetka, a woman from a respectable Merkin family. She accepted and a lavish ceremony is being planned. However, his intended bride is actually Sertra's lover, whom Zolot has lured away as part of a scheme against his half-sister. Oh, Svetka is Sertra's lover. Damn, this whole family's gay. Zolot's plans are unclear, but the odds are high that this wedding, if it actually happens, will lead to some dramatic confrontation between the rival siblings. Blackmail option unlocked. That's crazy. Okay, we got 1 vote. Why could I not make her spiritual advisor? I wanted to make her spiritual advisor. Oh my goodness. Like, now we have this girl as our external curator and it fucking sucks. She's not good. You visit the palace guard and arrange to accompany one of their number on patrol. Zolot, right? Isn't he so cute? I kinda fuck with him. You make your way to the cabinet room, yawning. Kazinia and Vasily left late last night, but Steo dragged you out of bed first thing in the morning for an important meeting. We have received a message from the Star Admiral. Ah, right, you need to meet with him to discuss your candidacy for the throne. He doesn't have an official electoral vote, but as the head of the Imperial military, his support, or lack of it, will affect how others see you. He reports that an Iskvatel has been sighted far past the Drog system in unaffiliated space. What's an Iskvatel? The Vistark eyes you oddly. A space-dwelling organism which feeds off solar radiation. They are drawn to stars to feed, and a swarm of them can block out a great deal of light, disrupting the ecology of any planets, which nearly wiped out the entire Novan civilization. Oh, just because you're half Novan doesn't mean you've researched Novan history. The creature is not currently on a direct course for Imperial space, but their movement patterns are unpredictable. It could approach Drog. It's a single Iskvatel, and the Drog system has no planets to threaten. The danger is not high. Admiral Yukao will await your instructions. What do you want the Star Admiral and his flagship to do? Take up position in... We need to monitor the situation. Tell the Admiral to take up position in the Drog sector and keep watch. Very well. I wanted to do that just... I don't even know. Just to help. I can't breathe. The default person that they put me with gives me 75, but then the person I picked gives me 10. Like, oh my god, I fucked everything up. Damn. This is not good. I guess we can do intrigue. I just like sports, hunting, and wrestling. It all seems like so filler to me. I guess spaceships is pretty good, probably. We'll do layout, though. Hey, Zolot. Let's negotiate. You arrange for a private conversation with Zolot. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? He looks at you and lets out a slow, dramatic sigh. Fair princess, we are not friends, you and I. There's no reason for me to pin your colors to my sleeve. And yet there may still be some arrangement that benefits us both. A very delicate matter in need of a deft touch. You mean a favor of some sort that you want me to do in exchange for your vote? Yes, if you must lay it out so plainly. He reaches over to a low desk and slides out a drawer, plucking a blue velvet case from its depths. This is a gift which I wish to be delivered directly and discreetly. To a member of Sertra's harem. Yes, you understand correctly. My half-sister would intercept any delivery that she believed might come from me. Any parcel at all sent openly to Papagia would be searched. The meetings we can arrange are rare and take a great deal of planning. I wish for this gift to be a wonderful surprise, and for that I must employ subtlety. I can provide directions to Sertra's estate, the layout, the location of windows that give access to the correct bedroom, but the key is the element of surprise. You are not currently associated with me. I will have the item delivered to the Heavenly Palace. We must not meet in person to avoid suspicion. Do you agree? No. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Like, the odds that it goes bad for me are, like, way higher than it possibly going good for me. And I don't trust his ass. You dig into the background of Lukomir, Elector of Kedro. Lukomir has lived a life of wealth and privilege. Not so much as an imperial heir, of course, but then much of your childhood more resembles an exile than a political education. Lukomir's family have excellent connections. He has been embedded in Twin World society since before he could walk. You're actually distant cousins multiple times by some number of directions. Just enough for his family to be said to have imperial ties, not enough for it to count for anything. Most nobility is connected somehow if you go far back enough. Lukomir attended the finest academies, but his grades were haphazard. He excelled at languages, but not so much at science or calculation, and he was known for skipping classes and handing in late assignments. His talent with words always smoothed over any difficulties. At Scalarium, he was known to be part of an exclusive secret society known as the Brotherhood of Bones. Their practices remained largely hidden from non-members, but they were reported for both wild parties and heretical experimentation. He's a frat bro of some kind? During Lukomir's student seasons, a young scholar from a lower-class family died mysteriously on campus. It was rumored that he had perished while attempting to carry out a sequence of dangerous tasks in order to win admittance to the Brotherhood, but they denied having any such entry rituals. As an adult, Lukomir is now respectably married. He and his wife are patrons of many worthy causes, and he is a motivational speaker for schools and businesses. They have no children so far. Lukomir is known to be a flirt and an admirer of many, but has never been caught in any scandalous affairs. Blackmail option unlocked. Interesting. Let's talk to him. You attempt to arrange for a private dialogue with Lukomir, but what did it say? Affected by he does not fuck with me. Any sufficiently large building develops disused areas, mysterious backrooms, and long-lost storage. You never know what you might stumble into. We're gonna stay here. Your Imperial Highness, a request for aid has been sent to the Heavenly Palace by our embassy in Chukuk space. The Chukuk are big and blue and have horns. That's about all you know about them. Their space borders the Celestial Empire, but you've never seen one on the homeworlds. They have apprehended a Tharkan merchant, a citizen of Svargus, and are holding him on charges of smuggling recreational drugs through their space without paying the proper fees. The charges appear to be valid. The Chukuk wish to sentence him to a lifetime of hard labor. The merchant is pleading for your intervention. A lifetime enslavement seems like a harsh punishment for not paying taxes on a shipment. Shouldn't he have just been fined? What is your response? You're obviously nowhere near the situation. What can you actually do about it? I'm staying out. This doesn't need Imperial intervention. It's a Tharkan problem, and a Tharkan senator ought to be handling it. Pass the issue back to the Comitia. Very well, have a good day. You don't need to say that to me. This seems like I'm glad we have this now. We're gonna go scouting. Pinch his nose. Oh, thank you, I guess. I suppose. This intrigue buff we have just does not go away. I want to change her cabinet position though. I want her to be like law or something. You dig into the background of Krovos, Elector of Andrau. Krovos' short life has been marked with more misfortunes even than your own. He was an only child whose parents were both killed in a transport accident. Krovos, still very young, was confirmed as the future elector, and his guardianship assigned to a minor noblewoman as regent. This new guardian chose to educate Krovos at home rather than send him to school. As her own children were already adults, she purchased a child from an orphanage to serve as his playmate. This was considered to be a great act of charity and kindness. 2 seasons later, that child's body... Oh my god, why can I not read all of a sudden? 2 seasons later, that child's body was found face down in the estate's Glowmoss Pond. It was recorded as an accidental drowning, and as the child had no family to raise complaints, the case was quietly closed. Official records, however, suggest that the child had been beaten before death. Most recently, the regent held a family gathering to which Krovos was not invited. He was left at home with the servants. At that gathering, a meal was served with poisonous mushrooms mixed into a salad, killing all but the regent's eldest daughter, who hated salad and didn't eat any. The courts are still debating whether the cook or the daughter is to blame, but it was not socially acceptable for her to take over Krovos' guardianship while under such a shadow. In the end, it was decided to let Krovos assume direct control of his inheritance despite his young age. Some believe Krovos to be cursed, or perhaps blessed by the touch of death himself. Already there are small cults within his territory that revere him as an avatar. Others see him as the victim of a scheming family who hope to usurp his electoral control, only to be brought down by their own plots. He killed his fucking brother. This guy is a demon, I bet. In any case, his name is already so marked with suffering and scandal that it is hard to imagine any blackmail attempt having an impact. Are we out of moves? No, we have 2 moves. Let's negotiate. You arrange for a private conversation with Krovos. I need the support of my electors. Will you pledge your loyalty? Huh? Apparently you're being too formal for him to understand. I want to know if you've made up your mind to vote for me in the election. If you're happy to make that promise, then I can count you as one of my supporters. If you're not satisfied yet that I should be Empress, then I want to know if there's anything I can do differently to change your minds. I see. He thinks for a split. To prove yourself worthy of becoming Empress, you must seek the blessing of death. You must come to Andro, to my holding on the edge of the dark Dakrian jungle, and carry out a ritual of devotion. What sort of ritual? It is a sacred mystery. You cannot know what the test is until you face it. Your agent said that there were cults worshipping Krovos as an avatar of death. Is he trying to make you join his splinter religion? If you survive the ritual, then I will know that you have been chosen. Survive? You must gaze into the face of death without flinching. So he has to claim that you could die, otherwise it wouldn't count as you facing death? Call me when you're ready to... These people are so weird. Why can't any of them just be normal? I'm not doing that shit either. Like, y'all gotta be serious for a second. They're all like, can you deliver a bomb to my sister? Can you kill yourself? Like, no, I can't do any of that. I really can't. I'm so sorry. Let me explore his social... Oh. I guess we'll just negotiate with him then. Oh, I'm so stupid. I already tried that. We'll just look into Vater's backgrounds too. You dig into the background of Vater, Elector of Andro. Vater is an older male with a reputation for calmness, wisdom, and common sense. He's often regarded as a mediating influence, capable of helping different factions reach agreement on issues. He's never married and has no acknowledged children. Vater does have a long-term romantic partner, a male Myrthan who is neither spouse nor concubine. Private records show that they once investigated a marriage license, but were determined to be genetically incompatible and unable to produce legitimate children together. Despite these difficulties, they have remained together for many Fivims, and neither has been seen to take on any other romantic involvements. Vater once borrowed a large sum from his district's tax funds to use for personal home redevelopment. When questions were raised about this, he apologized and paid back the money. No charges were ever filed, but there are hints that a few bribes may have been paid to avoid closer security. That's so boring. That's like the worst scandal we've heard so far. You visit the enclosed courts to smack a ball around with a handheld paddle, bouncing it off the many slanted surfaces at high speeds to make it ricochet into scoring targets. It's a cute background. I guess we're staying put. We really have not done shit in Merca. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. We must now discuss the matter of the Jubilee holiday. The celebration of my father's birth star rising. As we officially have no emperor at the moment, it would not be unreasonable to postpone the Jubilee until after a successful election. We could maintain the current schedule and celebrate in honor of Emperor Dragosin on turn 28. Or, using your position as the Emperor's daughter, you could move the Jubilee to match your own birth star on turn 15. That could help cement my position as the next ruler in the eyes of the Empire. Keep Father's Jubilee. Let's keep things stable. The Jubilee should celebrate my father's birth star. I will make a note of it. We're still like... I'm gonna do survival, even though we don't have a buff to it anymore. Although maybe I should do intrigue, I don't know. I'm gonna do intrigue, actually. I lied. You learn to cross-reference intelligence files and understand alliances between individuals. We have received a report from the Star Admiral. The fleet is preparing to resume regular patrols around the Empire. That may make him more difficult to contact. Your Highness, I need your input on a matter of security. A largely unimportant matter, but one that you might wish to exercise discretion on while handling. A visitor to the palace, a Hyrcan laborer, became publicly intoxicated and made a nuisance of himself. Among other things, he was loudly shouting that Emperor Dragosin had been murdered. By your hands. What? Obviously drunken nonsense, but as it concerns your reputation, you may wish to take a personal hand in the matter. We have him in custody awaiting your decision. Obviously you did not murder your father. Is it possible that someone did? Does this Hyrcan know anything? Is there truth in the wine, or is it just drunken rambling? Punished for drunk. We don't have enough social skill stats to actually talk to him and figure things out, so let's just be kind. People say foolish things when they've had too much to drink. Treating it like a serious matter would only look more suspicious. How would security normally handle someone being drunk and obnoxious? Looked up overnight and fined for causing an inconvenience. Do that then. Explore social network. Investigating the relationships of Vater, Elector of Andro. Vater is allied with Ixil of Andro, Morel of Sijna, and Rippling Eternity of Rylat. Ozara of Darkest Prime and Radomil of Raynok are enemies of Vater. Interesting. Okay. We'll offer a cabinet position. No. Yes? Wisdom and common sense. We'll make him the Minister of Culture or whatever. Oh wait. I would be very happy to give you my advice on many... that's the same... I would be very happy to give you my advice on many subjects, Your Imperial Highness. Did you have a particular role? We're gonna do culture. Okay. Never mind. Commerce? Science. But I wanted him to be We'll do law. Oh, he's pretty good at law. What does ethics say? Oh, High Pontifex. Oh, yes. You dig into the background of ethics A, High Pontifex of Merca. Officially, all Mercan priests sever ties with their families when they join the Sacra. They can never marry or have children and are not meant to have any part in house politics. However, fondness and friendship sometimes remain. According to records, Ethics A originally hailed from a wealthy trader family and pledged herself to the priesthood as a young adult. She received distinctions at Scalarium, was never engaged, and had no known connections with any of the electoral dynasties. Ethics A rose through the ranks as a servant to Kalo, one who watches the sky for auspices. As a young woman, she was often called upon to preside over ritual sacrifices. However, she chose to step back from public ceremony, busying herself in the bureaucracy and internal debates of the priesthood. Upon the death of the previous High Pontifex, a sacred council was convened to decide upon a successor. The details of that process remain a divine mystery known only to the elders of the faith, but the final decision must be unanimous. Ethics A's rule is unchallenged. As for her personal life, Ethics A has maintained long-term connections with multiple younger priestesses. Those of the faith are not required to be sexless, only unmarried. Oh, she's fucking the priestesses. What was that? Mingle and chat. You invite some of the residents of the palace to meet you for drinks and conversation. Do we finally have the social skill? Princess, have you seen the latest news across the star feeds? I just got up. This concerns your father. The Vestarch beckons you closer to look at a feed display. The sound has been muted, but on the screen you can see an unfamiliar Mercan woman cradling an infant. The text scrolling across the bottom reads, Emperor Drakison's secret heir? Oh, they got him on Moripovich. This woman claims to have conceived the Emperor's son and requests the palace's aid in claiming his birthright. Who is she? Is that one of my father's concubines? You don't recognize her, but you can't say that you remember every face in your father's harem. That was not an area of his life that you paid much attention to. No, an unmarried woman of common family and middling income. She apparently came into contact with the Emperor during one of his visits to Ondrau. The child's genetics have not yet been verified. Even if her story is true, if she's not a wife or a concubine, and the child was never officially acknowledged, and it wasn't, your father's will was quite clear that he has no son now. Such a baby has no birthright to claim. Under imperial law, family is a matter of contract and obligation, not genes. Many children are not genetically related to one or even both of their parents. Children can be conceived artificially. Genes can be edited before birth. If someone finds an unscrupulous doctor, genes can even be stolen. Creating a child of someone's genes without their permission is illegal, but it does happen, especially with celebrities or other prominent figures. Your father was certainly prominent. This story is nothing but tabloid gossip. No one in the Empire would seriously imagine that this baby was heir to anything. But if it is in some way your father's child, what are you gonna do about it? Whoever this woman is, she's Mercan. What? Why do I have that? Oh, because I just hired that guy. That means the child's heritage is not mixed in the way that yours is. There are people in the Empire who might prefer a pure-blooded heir. Traditionally, inconvenient relatives of noble families have often been encouraged to join the priesthood in order to remove them from the succession. The child must be offered to the Sakura and raised in the temples as a future priest. Devoting his life to the service of the gods and remembrance of ancestors is the best way to honor my father's legacy. The boy will be safe, well treated, and given an excellent education. More importantly, as a member of the Sakura, all family ties will be officially severed. It won't matter whose son he might have been. The mother may object. She wanted his birthright, didn't she? Being an emperor's child comes with a price. As you well know. Give her some tokens of appreciation for her sacrifice, but get it done. Make it public in honor of Emperor Dragosin. Very well. If that's resolved, then I have an update on the drunk Herkin who slandered your name. He has not repeated the offense since his release. It's not clear if he even remembers it. No sign of any new rumors in circulation. He didn't know anything. He was just a random visitor. If there is a mystery about your father's death, then any clues must be hidden somewhere in the Heavenly Palace. The science department is the obvious place to start looking. But your father's ministers investigated the labs in detail and found nothing suspicious. The concubine Esmerai was certain that your father was involved in something before he disappeared, but she had no leads. With so much else going on, do you really want to devote your time to chasing phantoms? You need to brush up on your scientific knowledge before you can investigate further. It's dealt with. You have studying to do. Finally. Okay, we're gonna go empathy. Because this is really important. Or maybe we're gonna go with allure. You receive a report from the Imperial Thresher. Her agents have heard rumors that Mazarin, the rogue shadow that served your father, was sighted en route to the Twin Worlds. However, none of these rumors came from anyone who knew him well enough to be certain of his identity. By the time the agents were dispatched, the former shadow was nowhere to be found, if he was ever there at all. There's no cause for concern. The Thresher will continue to monitor the situation. Alright, we can finally talk to this girl. You submit a request for an audience with the High Pontifex and wait anxiously for a response. Even an imperial princess cannot command the attention of her all-holiness. At last, you're granted permission to travel to the surface of Kedro and enter the Basilica of Shadows. You're guided to a small chamber where you wait for your private audience. A pair of aides opens a door and lowers their eyes as the priestess enters, then step away without speaking. As High Pontifex, Ethixe is not dedicated to the service of a single deity, but presides over the Merkin faith in general. She may officiate or instruct at any temple if she chooses. That is why her title is her all-holiness. You gracefully sink to one knee, acknowledging her authority. Strength be with you, and also with you. I have come here to humbly request your support and your blessing for me to succeed my father to the celestial throne, as was his wish. Will you join the celestial ministry as my spiritual advisor? You reach for a crown of stars, but the blood and the soul of the Merkin people lie here, upon the stones, older than empire, older than flight. Half your blood is foreign, but you were raised and educated here on Kedro, correct? Yes, at the Ishinka Academy. But where is your faith? Where is your soul? Do you offer your tears to Gamajan for wisdom, or do you dance for your mother's good lady? You don't know all of the names of the Novan goddesses, or which of them might be titled the Good Lady. Your mother certainly never passed any faith on to you. You were raised in the Merkin faith and made all the proper offerings, but you can't really be described as devout. Religion has never been a major priority for you, and you don't spend much time thinking about it. Still, it's all you know. I'm a Merkin, not a Novan. The High Pontifex takes hold of your chin and stares deeply into your eyes. Your faith is shallow, weak, untested. Ethixe takes a step back, regarding you impassively. Princess Zorana, as Empress, it would often fall upon you to enforce the law, should other channels prove insufficient. As you should already know, pledging oneself to the priesthood is a bond for life. Like marriage, it cannot be undone. What would you do if you were ever presented with a priest who had tried to flee his duty and disappeared back into civilian life? What remedy would you propose? What does she want from you? Does she want to know that you are ruthless, or does she want to judge how clever you can be? A priest is bound for life, but if that person started a new life, their priest self would no longer exist. Just as a new initiate severs all ties to their past life and family when they join the priesthood, could a priest cut off that past identity and become someone new? The priest has betrayed their vows and therefore must cease to exist. They must give up everything, including their name, and be cast out as anathema to begin a new life. As simple as that, they wish to leave, so they leave. It's not simple at all. Birth is complicated and painful. There would be a gauntlet they'd have to pass through, a trial of fire and knives. Not all would survive. One has to face death to win a chance at new life. We're fucking bombing. We're bombing this shit. She's gonna be like, get the fuck out of my face. I didn't know it was a bunch of skill. I mean, I should have guessed that, but I thought we were just talking to her once. You don't really know what goes on in the temples behind closed doors, but it sounds like the kind of spectacle they'd enjoy. So you value freedom. She falls into silent contemplation. You are young and your path is uncertain. You must seek a sign of favor from the gods. How do I do that? I will give you dispensation to enter into a ritual starfall match. We will see which direction fortune's blades will slice. Starfall is a popular sport among Merkins, but quite rough. Star-tipped javelins are thrown from player to player along the length of a field to reach the goal. A player holding a spear may not run, but must quickly sight and throw the star to a teammate. There is an exception. Any player who is pierced by the falling star is allowed to run with the spear still driven into their body. Striking one of your teammates in this way also scores an immediate point, even if the blow turns out to be fatal. Professional Starfall players are highly paid and have legions of screaming followers, but they all know that every match might be their last. The sport is also played religiously for divination purposes, and there the injury rate is even higher. Your academy put you all out on the field once or twice as part of your regular exercise routine, but with the star replaced by a puffball and so many special safety rules that not even a nose was broken, that's no preparation for a serious match. As for the deeper strategy of the game, you don't have a clue. Test your fate and then return to me. Thank you, your all holiness. It's a dangerous task, but the support of the High Pontifex could be very influential among Merkin nobles. How badly do you want it? Can't tell how she feels about you. I don't know, that sounds like some more bullshit. All of this is so like, oh my god. You dig into the background of Milan, Elector of Kedro. Ooh. I mean, I guess we should save. We're gonna name it Ethixer. I hardly know her. Milan was a golden child with a secure family fortune. He was a good but not exceptional student, with much of his attention at Scholarium devoted to music and athletics. He performed in an operatic ensemble and competed at a planetary level in glide jousting. Fortune's blade soon cut the other direction. Milan was critically injured in a sporting accident and spent several seasons in medical rehabilitation before he could walk again. While he was out of action, the family fortune suffered a severe setback, with vast sums lost on a failed investment. Milan's father suffered a nervous breakdown and retreated to permanent seclusion. Milan's mother cut him off from the family funds as soon as his health was secure, claiming that there was simply too little left to go around. It was at this point that Milan's drinking problems began. Milan married a rich elderly widow and began campaigning for his own advancement. He was not a hereditary elector, but won the popular support when the seat became vacant. From shattered dreams, he has rebuilt himself into personal success, but he rarely seems happy about it, especially when he's drunk. Milan has no children, but his wife had a daughter from a previous marriage, Ederly, who is very near Milan's age. She's also married, but spent a great deal of her time alone with Milan in secret. They may be carrying on a scandalous affair. Milan's wife died just this season, which is why she did not attend your reception. Was it natural causes? It's certainly convenient for Milan and Ederly to have her out of the way. This also means that Milan is once again available for marital alliances. Hey Quam, talk about Edelgard. Edelgard is iconic. This game is about becoming an imperial princess, and Edelgard is an imperial princess. Like, whoa. We got somewhere. He hates us, so we can't even do anything with him. I made her the curator, but she sucks. You attempt to engage Zalot in private conversation, but he won't return your calls. Everybody fucking hates me. I don't want to do this, though. I kind of just, I want to stay with my rank, with my mood as of right now. Can I not do that? I don't think I could do that. That's so sad. I guess we'll go shopping. Oh. While you can have special items made to order for you, it's also fun to go and browse the offerings available in the Heavenly Palace's exclusive boutiques. As a princess, anything you like is yours for the taking. Are you playing Date Everything? Hey Katara's Water? I am not. I am playing this game that's in early access called Galaxy Princess Zorana. Basically, the concept is we are a princess in outer space, and our dad disappeared under mysterious circumstances, so we have to, like, become the perfect heir and also try to figure out what happened to our dad. When you wake, you find a message waiting from the Vestark, flagged important. Not urgent, or someone would probably have insisted on getting you out of bed at once. You read through the message and immediately feel your pulse rate increase. A major Starfeed producer has requested access to do an interview with you for a biographical special. You can't afford to say no to this. It's a chance to make a positive impression across the entire empire. This could shape the course of the election. Unfortunately, you don't have long to prepare. The reporter will arrive after this turn's classes. Fuck. I mean, okay. I wish I knew that was coming. I saw non-binary looking people, so I thought, ooh, you know those non-binary looking people. It's kinda just a thing with this genre of game, though. Student level empathy, yay. It's time for your big interview. What impression do you want to give to the Empire? How do you want people to think of you? Beautiful princess. Does anyone really want to listen to a candidate's speeches? Your appearance will make a stronger impression than any words you could say. Oh my goodness. We fail everything. You let your wardrobe attendants dress you in your finest and concentrate on making a good impression on the cameras. You smile a lot and keep your head turned to focus on your best side. The interview itself mostly passes in a blur, but you answer a few easy questions about your upbringing, your favorite color, and so on. Afterwards, the team insists that everything went well, but then that is their job. I don't really have anything to do here anymore. These people don't fuck with us. I can't really do anything either. What does this do? I think this makes us go the wrong way on the wheel. I'm just gonna end my social turn. I don't have anything to talk to these people about. We're gonna leave though. Let's go to Merca 2, maybe. I do want to go over here to the Heru lands. I don't know what that is. You know, yeah, let's go to over there. You are awakened when your lights turn on by themselves. That can't mean anything good. Princess Zorana, please report to the cabinet chamber at your earliest convenience. What now? You dress yourself swiftly and make your way to the room. What's the emergency? Not an emergency exactly, but a change in circumstances. The Vestark beckons you to look over at another Starfeed news display. You recognize the Merkin man on screen immediately. It's Lukomir, Elector of Kedro. The Vestark brings up the sound so you can hear him speaking. He's running against us, I bet. Descendant of the Empress Plantina the Great, I formally announce my candidacy for the Celestial Throne. He's entering the election? It's more of a confirmation than a question. Of course that's what he's doing. You knew his family had imperial ties. You're distant cousins multiple times over thanks to the interconnections of Merkin politics. Imperial blood isn't even a legal requirement to stand for election, although it certainly helps to gather support. You are your father's designated heir, but you're still a young and untried girl. Lukomir is an adult with friends across the Empire. Is it possible that he could defeat you? How bad is this? Bad? It is neither bad nor good. It simply is. What I meant was, how much support do you think he has? That is what the election will... You're fucking useless. Don't you care about who wins? I serve the Empire. Oh, he's not even... Oh my god, he's not even Team Us. As a civil servant, it is my duty to remind you that only a sitting emperor/empress can appoint or dismiss an elector. The committee as a whole may rule an elector ineligible to vote, but only in extreme situations, such as complete loss of mental capacity or a proven attempt to assassinate a candidate. You cannot remove him. Wait, does that mean he gets to vote for himself? Yes. Well, that's one vote you won't be winning. You need to step up your game. If you can secure binding pledges from electors to vote for you, then they won't be able to support any other candidate. Okay, well, we got one of those at least. Let's do Menace. I want empathy. I want empathy to be my main trait. Yeah, we're putting... I love this! Oh my god, she looks like Edelgard a little. Oh my god, I'm obsessed. Yes, Zorana, you better serve. You return to your room to find an important message light flashing. When you pull up the message, the sender's name appears to be a sequence of random glyphs. How did this get past your security filters? Are these symbols an abbreviation for an obscure government department? There's a short video attached to the message. Something about Lukomir's candidacy, maybe? You open the file and freeze. Those figures on your screen, they're your parents. This is not a loving message to their future daughter. It's a recording of an argument. They're in the palace. You recognize your father's rooms, though the decorations have changed a little. This was clearly Fivims ago, and they're talking about you. Your father speaks, now that your daughter has been born, and your mother cuts him off, angry in a way that you've never seen her in any photograph before. That thing is not my daughter. It is your creature, and I refuse to have any part in... And there the file cuts off. Who would send you something like this? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. It's only a few moments out of context. Maybe they weren't talking about you at all. Or maybe your mother hated you. What an awful thing to say about a baby. Her child, which you obviously are legally. You are a child of the marriage. Biologically, your Merkin-Novan heritage is written all over your skin. You are Melania's daughter, and she called you a thing. Maybe she wasn't well at the time. Or maybe it never happened. The video could be a fake. Where did it even come from? You try to compose a reply, but it won't send. The system believes the address is malformed. Then how was it received in the first place? You summon the Thresher to personally investigate this strange message. Even forwarding it to her could damage some fragile clue. She needs to see it exactly as you saw it. There's no sign of the video being generated or edited. This appears to be an authentic conversation or part of one. What this isn't is security footage. This was not recorded by any automated system in the palace. This recording was taken by someone else who was present in the room at the time, standing at the Emperor's side. His shadow. The most obvious suspect, yes, but it could have been anyone with intimate access. A concubine or a maidservant might have been that close. The screen fills with letters and symbols that you can't easily make sense of, but the Thresher frowns. This message was sent from somewhere within the palace, but on a time delay. It could have been set up trescents in advance. I'll have to check the server to see if there are any access traces, but someone talented enough to bypass these systems would probably know enough to cover their tracks. Who would keep a fragment of a Fivims old recording and then hack a palace system to send it to you anonymously? It sounds like the sort of thing one of the Thresher's secret agents would get up to. But as far as you can tell, Kurunji doesn't know who sent the message. Trace the sender, find out anything you can. Of course, have you received any of the suspicious correspondence? There was that strange encounter you had with Mazarin before he disappeared, the one where he wanted to give you a message from your father. You'd rather not tell the Thresher that the Emperor, your father, called you weak and spoiled. No. Still, we must be cautious. Call on me at any time if you have any concerns. Right. What's my mood at? We're at cautious. I want to get back to indulgent, but... Zola, Elector of Kedro, has pledged his vote to Lukomir, Elector of Kedro. Okay. Review schedule. Wait. You visit all of the major palace departments, making sure you know what they, and you, need to do tomorrow. Maybe I should go to Drog while I'm out here. Might as well. See what they're giving over here. Entering Drog sector. You wanted to see me? Yes, Your Highness, this is largely a formality, but it requires your approval and signature. The most recent Logothete of Science, who was your father's minister, has been offered a research directorship in the Hero 2 sector. Hero 2, you haven't visited there yet, but by reputation there's practically no there to visit. No habitable planets, no major population centers. Having been so recently a member of the Celestial Ministry with privileged information means that this individual must seek imperial approval before accepting any such position. It is a matter of security. You don't know anything about what the past Logothete of Science did. Apparently not much, considering the lack of information about your father's foolish experiments. You have no idea what top secret plans might have been brought before the ministry or how this appointment could affect your future. You'll have to take a guess. Fine, I'll sign it. Very well. Is there any news about Lukomir's campaign? A new interview for the feeds. You peer at the screen where you see video footage of Lukomir answering questions from reporters while making a visit to a historic castle on the Twin Worlds. I already held an event there and mine was better. You can't waste your time worrying about what he's doing. You need to focus on your own schedule. Oh, never mind. We have interaction though, that's pretty good. Let's do rhetoric. The Drog system was first discovered early in the history of the Celestial Star Empire, but contained no world suitable for colonization. It is a wasteland of broken rock, asteroids and planetoids tumbling chaotically around a dimly guttering star. Hidden among those rocks are signs which speak of disasters which predate the Merkin race. For that reason, the system is primarily of interest to scholars and mystics. The permanent... Let me save. I just got scared that my game was going to crash for some reason. The permanent population of the Drog system mostly dwell within two large space stations, Death's Wings, a Merkin holding, and the Imponderable, under the control of the Mao. Your guests include the two station electors, of course, but also the region's preeminent scientists, ranking officials, and military leaders. Drog may be an insignificant system, but the Empire does not intend to lose it. You spot one of the electors nearby. With the final sip, you discard your drink, steeling your nerves and prepare to meet your guests. Suddenly, your path is blocked by a woman of mixed Tharkin Merkin heritage. Her thick black hair wound around her hair in messy braids. She clutches a stack of paper printouts. Unusual. Let me be a good kickstart backer and flag that there's a minor grammatical error here. Okay. Why is this so funny? Right? Polo is so funny. We love Katara's water. She clutches a stack of paper printouts. Unusual. Your Imperial Highness, it's a great honor for you to visit us at this auspicious time. I've recently uncovered a carving which may influence the Empire's entire course of history. She holds up her stack of papers, and you realize that if you don't do something, she will continue talking for the entire length of the reception. Do I have a Logothete of Law? Yes, thank you. Please direct your report to my expert advisor, the Logothete of Law, who will give them all due contemplation. Oh. Yeah, let's just do that. Ministerial attention is probably more than she deserves. You locate the nearest elector and proceed with your rounds. Greetings, Your Imperial Highness. I'm Stoyan, Regional Elector of Death's Wings. Welcome to the Drog system. He's an adult Merkin male, dressed in well-tailored clothes of fine fabric, but very little decoration. His face and voice seem almost emotionless as he speaks. Region Elector? Our chosen is, as of yet, too young to assume the responsibility herself. He beckons... This design is so good. This is so cute. He beckons forward a small Merkin child, half your height, wearing a full-skirted frilly dress as pale as her hair. Her features are hidden under a dark veil, but flashes of bone white peek out between the holes in the lace. Has she painted her face for war? Say hello to Princess Zorana, our heel. You cannot tell whether or not she's making a face at you under there. Still, she is an elector, even if not quite a voting one. It's a pleasure to meet you, Arahil. You try to offer her a welcoming smile. I'm in mourning. Oh, I'm sorry. Have your parents recently crossed over? Stoyan did not introduce her as his daughter, after all. It was many cycles ago, but Arahil is particularly devout. That is much of what led to her being chosen elector. You ought to be more devout. Why aren't you in mourning? Didn't your father, the Emperor, just enter eternity? Princess Zorana has many duties and must consider the needs of the Empire as a whole. She does not have the luxury of deep mourning. The tiny child lifts her chin proudly. I will pray for you. Thank you. I have heard that the Emperor was engaged in some fascinating research at the time of his demise. I hope you intend to follow in his footsteps. With better results, of course. Perhaps. Do you really have a pet Ebenblot? Do you really have a pet Ebenblot? Yes. She folds her thin arms and looks up at her regent. I want a pet. You already have a great many skeletons. You can't tell from his delivery whether those skeletons are former pets or current ones. Come now, let us have some punch and cookies. I suppose cookies would be acceptable. I am sure we will speak again later, Your Imperial Highness. Of course. You watch the two of them leave together, the regent guiding his ward without touch. There's no sign of a spouse connected to Stoyan. Arahil, of course, is too young for a betrothal. You sense that he has generally negative feelings about you. That sucks. After a moment to refresh yourself, you seek out the other elector. A cat. He's middle-aged by mouse standards, with a thin frame and short-cropped fur. He's wrapped in clothing more decorative than Stoyan's, and he smiles widely at your approach. Ah, Your Imperial Highness, it is with the greatest of pleasure that I introduce myself to you. I am Cinepart, Elector of the Imponderable, but of course you know that already.
Art Hill serving, right? She's so cute. A cat man? I know. We got our first cat boy. But he's more of a cat than a boy. He's like a cat. What would a cat? His voice is somewhere in between charming and impudent, with a beautiful tongue trill over the of his name. Pondering the imponderable is a deeply held tradition of our race, as you know. Empires love life, meaning and meaninglessness. But of course you are filled with youthful determination. The universe looks different when you've had time to become jaded. Such a beautiful flower as yourself should not wilt so soon. May I kiss your hands? Sure. You needed his approval after all. Very well. Don't worry, I'm perfectly harmless. His lips brush lightly over the back of your hand, almost unnoticeable. Truly a pleasure, Your Imperial Highness. If you'll pardon me, I have other visitors whom I must avoid. I will await your call some other time. Right. A strange fellow. He isn't married, and he did seem to take some interest in you, but can he be trusted? You sense that he has generally positive feelings about you. We love that. Milan has pledged his vote to Lugomir? Fuck. Oh my god, I'm glad I picked up these two. Relax by the pool. You indulge yourself by lounging. You enjoy yourself lounging beside and then splashing around in your own private pool. Yay. You're hurrying through the halls, late for a meeting, when, rounding a corner, you see a servant directly in your path, his attention focused on dusting a delicate platinum sculpture of birds in flight. Look out! It's too late to stop. You thump into the servant's side. His arms fly up by instinct, trying to prevent himself from falling over, and jostle the sculpture, which tilts, falls, and crashes onto the floor, cracking a wing right off one of the birds. The servant stares at you in horror. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I wasn't looking where I was going. Just pick it up and, I don't know, I'll tell someone to deal with it. Sorry. You shrug helplessly and then hurry on your way. You have things to do. I do have things to do, it's true. We'll do more empathy. You dig into the background of Stoyan, Regent Elector of Death's Wings. Stoyan is the clone son of an unmarried elderly female Merkin researcher. Like his mother, he appears devoted to his work and avoids close companionship. Stoyan was selected to be Arhill's regent after the death of her parents because he was viewed as an impartial observer by the station elite. He has since adopted the girl as his heir. There are no records of any romantic entanglements or scandals relating to Stoyan. It might be possible to manufacture a scandal by suggesting he is grooming his adopted daughter for marriage. Ew. Oh my god, we're crazy for even thinking that. Or no, right? Like, oh my god, why would you even say that? Explore social network. Or, yeah, let's do it. Stoyan is allied with Morel of Sijna, Zolot of Kedro, Krobos of Andro, Aletko of, oh my god, Aletko of Chagagola, Eve of Kochim, and Robovice and Starlight Needle of Pane Stoye are enemies of Stoyan. They do not fuck with his ass. Damn. The enemy list just went on and on. He only has one ally, too. They are not fucking with your ass. You arrange for a private conversation with Stoyan. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? I do not oppose your ascension, but I do not feel comfortable making a binding pledge at this point, particularly as I am only acting on Arahill's behalf. Precisely. Oh, hello. I didn't know you were listening. I am an elector. You're also a small child. I cannot commit on her behalf. I do not know you well or what you would bring to the Empire. For now, I prefer to wait and see. Is there anything I could do that would convince you and Arahill that I'm the right choice for Empress? You must seek a message from the lost gods of destruction. You want me to pray? A physical message written in the ice. You are aware that one reason the Empire maintains outposts in the Drog system is to search for signs of past civilizations and clues to what destroyed them. One of the largest planetoids in the system is made up of broken ice, deeply cracked and crazed throughout its entire body. Some of the crevices are large enough to fly a squadron through. Expeditions into the frozen depth have sometimes found patterns of cracks that appear symbolic, suggesting an unknown language. I believe Arahill wishes you to find such a sign. And don't steal it.
A museum would certainly be the easiest place to find an ancient ice message, but if this child is so fascinated by them, she might recognize anything already known. Venturing out into space yourself, however, could be dangerous. Unfortunately, it might be the only way to secure this vote. Everybody wants me to do some dangerous shit. Like, why can't I just, like, make friends with them? Why can't I just be like, girl, you are serving in that veil today? We're gonna have a dinner party. I've returned. I know everyone missed me so much. We did, Latte, we did. When I pinched a nose, I was pinching my nose from a certain funk. Oh, I see. I thought you were being like, boop. But I'm so sorry that I smell too bad for you. My wobbling breasts, which reek of sweat and funk. They're just right next to the camera, and it surely picks up the smell. I'm gonna get another Diet Pepsi, though. You want to go out and get some coffee? And they're like, no, go slay a dragon. I'm saying, like, none of these tasks are simple. It's like, get a message from God. Deliver a bomb to my sister. Like, girl, I got shit going on. My dad just died. I don't have time to do your fetch quests. Your Imperial Highness, some gifts have been sent to you in honor of your approaching... That is not his voice. Your Imperial Highness, some gifts have been sent to you in honor of your approaching birth star. More are likely to arrive in the coming turns. The Vestarch presents you with an assortment of pleasant trifles from various primicers and Catholics around the Empire. Nothing particularly noteworthy. Some usual letters of appreciation. There are also some more unusual items. This, for example, was delivered on behalf of the Uzka. The Uzka, a species commonly referred to as the spindly walkers because of the long-legged exoskeletons that they use to move around. Their natural bodies are small, round, and squishy, with short tentacles that can barely drag their bulk over ground. You don't know much else about them. The labs show no signs of explosives or other obvious dangers, but they are not certain what it is meant to be. The object appears to be a large sphere of glass, or a clear crystal which is hollow, containing mostly air and a small pile of metallic-looking flakes. You rotate the sphere and the flakes fall to the new bottom, but with an oddly chaotic motion, almost as if they were squirming. Once they fall into place, however, they are still. It must be art, but it doesn't look attractive or even interesting to you. Put it in the vault. It may be valuable, but I have no use for it. Put it in the vault with the other gifts. We literally have, like, we should not be failing this check, because we have that lady as our mentor. Ixil or whatever, we have her, but she fucking sucks, so she never even helps us pass checks. There is a much more momentous gift on offer from the Grib, if gift is the correct description. The Grib are the most alien of all the Celestial Empire's neighbors, resembling nothing so much as enormous ugly mushrooms. You find them unsettling. In honor of the Celestial Empire's change of leadership and in order to usher in a new age of cooperation and unity, the Grib propose a joint colonization project. They wish to invite approximately 5,000 Imperial citizens to establish a self-governing settlement on one of their underdeveloped frontier worlds, which lies a few jumps away from Heru Prime. This is highly unusual. That's putting it mildly. Sovereign empires do not simply give away territory, even supposedly worthless territory. A trade and a treaty perhaps, but a gift? An unusual situation could mean a rare opportunity. Establishing a new colony would generally require the agreement of both the Emperor and the Comitia. Also, in the absence of an Emperor, it is not possible to appoint a new elector to represent a population. However, a provisional expedition is within your power to command. If you want to get a foothold in Grib space before the election and reap any potential political benefits for yourself, you'll need to act quickly. Let's do it. This is an opportunity we can't afford to miss. We should arrange an expedition to lay groundwork for a future colony. It will require time and resources to make any progress in that department. There is also the question of what people you would send. Many imperial citizens would be interested in exploring the frontier if they're promised the right to own land and generous imperial funding to provide homes quickly, an expensive endeavor but potentially rewarding. A cheaper option would be to send prisoners. They have no right to refuse, but you can offer them their freedom in exchange for their work building a colony. Because this potential colony would be closest to the Haru system, you could present it to the Haru as an opportunity to expand their culture. That could motivate them to fund the project themselves. Round up prisoners who are willing to work and send them along to break grounds. They'll be free colonists when it's all completed. Very well. It's nice to have presents, but you do have studying to do. It's interesting. We filled so many checks with that one that I'm like, we're almost certainly gonna get like fucked up by that. I'm gonna start studying more intrigue. Or maybe imperial history. No, I want to do intrigue. You've just had the strangest dream. You were holding a large glassy sphere, something like the orb that Uzga sent to you, except that there was nothing inside it except darkness. You looked into the sphere and then you fell inside of it somehow, becoming lost in endless black. You cried out for help and you felt something in your hands. Not a sphere anymore, but a crystal, smooth and faceted and hauntingly familiar, like a precious possession lost since childhood. Slowly a light began to grow within the crystal. You could all see your hands, but they were ghostly pale, almost translucent, and then you knew what you had to do. You held up the crystal, and radiance streamed from your fingers, banishing the dark. Free at last, you flew up into the sky, and you woke up. Why does that feel important somehow? You wave the lights on and go to your computer to send a message to someone who might understand. Zorana, how funny, I was just thinking about you. You explain about your dream and the odd feeling of importance it had. A vision! Oh, you're so lucky! I'm not sure it was a vision, really. Maybe it was a memory? Do you remember me owning some sort of important crystal? I wish. I love crystals. Maybe your dream was about being Crystal Novan? Maybe it's a sign that you should investigate your heritage more. Kazinia always wants you to learn more about other galactic cultures, especially Crystal Nova. Or wait, maybe it was a more spiritual kind of dream. You'll find your hidden strength if you venture alone into the dark night of the soul. How would I do that? I don't know, it's your soul journey. You'd have to do it yourself. Trapped alone in terror and suffering until your wings unfurl and you gain the power to destroy the world. Right. She has very strange ideas sometimes. Well, thank you for your help. Call me anytime. I'm always happy to talk about your dreams. It probably was just a dream. You dig into the background of Cinepart, Elector of the Imponderable. Cinepart is a Mao of middle age. As a young man, he traveled widely and was known to dabble in trade. Mao trade? He has a taste for the finer things in life and continues to import luxury goods for his use. Cinepart has been married 3 times, each time to a much older woman who predeceased him. He has no acknowledged biological offspring. Several adult children of his... I'm about to sneeze. I did not sneeze. Several adult children of his previous wives have accused him of swindling their mothers and stealing their inheritances. At least one lawsuit is pending that could become a scandal. It is also somewhat unusual to have 3 dead wives, even if they were all elderly. Might have helped them along? You arrange for a private conversation with Cineparts. I need the support. Will you pledge your loyalty? In the age-old wisdom of your people, what's in it for me? What do you want? Oh, a trifle. Scarcely a moment of your attention. Nothing too taxing. You may have heard that the eldest son of my second wife is putting forward another motion in the courts to try and divest me of some of my property. Dealing with this sort of paperwork is highly unpleasant and wastes a great deal of my time. I would prefer that the case be quietly shuffled off the schedules. Once I'm Empress, I could have a case like that dismissed with a single word. Yes, of course, but once you are Empress, what guarantee would I have that you would remember an old acquaintance? I couldn't, after all, take my vote back. If you think I might betray you, what guarantee do I have that you won't betray me? Common sense, my dear. Cheating an imperial heir, particularly one who might become empress even without my support, would be extremely short-sighted of me. If I pledge my loyalty to you, my dear, it will be in all sincerity. But there is my price. Simple enough, I would think. At least it doesn't sound dangerous. I know, right? Finally. How do I do that, though? Like, I'm down to do that, but how? Personal quest. The legal action which concerns Cinepart is being processed on the imponderable and subject to mouse-specific law, though various imperial proclamations and regulations still apply. If you have enough legal expertise, you might be able to find some loophole to derail the case and force its dismissal. Otherwise, you'll have to travel to the mouse station in person to effect matters. If you gain access to the relevant offices, you can make all of the case's paperwork conveniently disappear. If you wanted to be a bit more aggressive, you could make the entire office disappear. Or you could track down the disgruntled heirs and persuade them to drop the case. Well, I didn't know we had to do this right now, but I'm gonna intimidate the heirs. Cinepart's estranged ex-stepchildren were not invited to the Imperial reception, and have never been introduced to you personally. They may not recognize you. Threats would be much easier to make with the power of the Empire behind you, but it might also have more consequences. A mysterious threat from an unknown young woman is less convincing, but if they think you represent some criminal organization, your true reputation won't be damaged. Oh, girl. You put on your fanciest jewelry and pay a visit to these impudent would-be inheritors, your imperial bodyguards in tow. In haughty tones, you express that the future empress will be very unhappy if they continue to cause trouble in the courts. With cursory bows and narrowed eyes, they agree to your demands. When you return to the palace, you receive a message from Cinepart that the case has been abandoned and that you now have his vote. Oh my god, we finally did something! We finally did something! I was so scared, I was like, maybe I should go back before I did this, because I didn't know we had to do it right then, but turns out it was fine. It was fine. We're gonna leave now, though, because we're not getting our Hill's vote, so let's just go. He loves trade and Dommy Mommies. I stand with him. True. Like, nothing wrong with dating an old woman. A gift has arrived from the Chukuk, your Imperial Highness. It's a little stone cameo brooch. Enough of an approximation of your profile that you can tell it's meant to be you, but nothing special. Send them my appreciation. Your birth star will be rising soon. Maybe you'll have a party. Do terrain this time. What's my mood? Let me see what this does. Because I don't know if this just makes me negative or if it makes me go to the left on the mood. No, it just makes me negative. I don't want that. We'll just end our social turn then. Yay, a Teru won. Your screen chimes a merry tune. Your friends are calling you. Vasily? Kazinia? Best wishes on your birth stars rising. I set up the call so we could both talk to you at the same time, even if we can't all be together. They sing a little duet together, an old children's song about a crocodile being happy even on a dreary day because you were born. Thank you. Did the Thresher give you a good luck kiss? What? No. Too bad. So you won't believe what I heard about Zasmin. For a while, you all sit around and gossip about old classmates and social shenanigans. It's like being back at school again, except without the fear of detention. Okay, I have to ask, is it true about Mazarin? Is what true about Mazarin? She's been reading conspiracy theorem forums again. I don't believe everything I read, but you have to keep an open mind. Anyway, there's this story going around that because your father's death was sort of a mystery, that his shadow has gone searching for him and he can't rest until he finds the Emperor. That's sort of true, I guess. See, I told you, he's cursed to be immortal and wander the stars forever. That's not what I said. Vasily just sighs and shakes his head. She's so cute. We love Kazinia. It's nice to spend time with your friends, but eventually you have to get back to your studies. Okay. We suddenly don't have an intrigue buff for some reason. I wonder why that is. Also, the only... Oh no, these two are buffed. Let's just do Imperial History, I guess. I mean, or Spirituality. We don't have a buff to Spirituality, but... It seems really, really important. Or maybe Science. Yeah, I'm gonna do Science, actually. No, my god, why am I being so... I'm being so, what's it called about it? We'll do Imperial History. There's a sound at the door. Come in! The Bastarch enters, carrying a white box. Your Imperial Highness, I'm tasked on behalf of on behalf of your father, with bringing you this gift. He ordered it in advance so that it would be ready for you today. Oh. Will it be another message of disappointment? Another upsetting video? You open the box to reveal a pair of gleaming silver shoes covered over with intricate designs. They're beautiful, and stronger than they look. Perhaps your father didn't totally dismiss you after all. Heru Prime is an unpleasantly hot world, with much of its surface varying between desert and jungle. The currents and storms where air masses mix are reportedly spectacular. It's no wonder that this is the source of a flying species. At the same time, their own natural wings may have discouraged their technological development. The Heru had not yet developed spaceflight when the system was discovered by Imperial explorers. In fact, they had not yet developed powered flight of any kind. Much has changed in the centuries since the Heru were absorbed into the Celestial Empire, but some of the stigma of being less advanced still remains. Still, the capital is a thriving metropolis with large contingents of all the Imperial races, and the upper echelons of society are eager to make connections with you. You're not personally experienced with Heru cuisine. The household staff of One Bite, one of the 2 electors from the Heru homeworlds, has offered to cater the reception. This would ensure that the menu is appropriate to local tastes and customs, but if there's any conflict between the 2 electors, allowing one to have so much influence might offend the other. You trust your chefs to create something that is tasty, elegant, and appropriate for the situation. That's what they were hired for. This isn't the first time that the Heavenly Palace has visited Heru Prime. As the reception gets underway, you make the rounds, nodding and smiling and sampling the colorful bite-sized foods being offered. The food is tasty, though with higher amounts of both meat and hot spices than you'd expected. Perhaps you ought to spend some time exploring Heru cuisine when you don't have the fate of the Empire resting on your shoulders. You glance around at the sea of feathered faces. Telling one Heru... Why did that go across the screen? Telling one Heru from another can be tricky on first glance. They all look a bit alike to you, perhaps because... Oh, I think that was to show that it's in the codex now. We have a codex that has, like, different things in it. That might be showing okay. Perhaps because you've never known one well. Heru are rarely seen in the Merkin system. Gender is considered irrelevant personal information among the Heru, discussed only with their mates and their doctors. Their unusual naming conventions provide no clues on the subject. With so many local guests, it's difficult for you to pick out the electors among the crowd. Of course, they're here to meet you, and will no doubt seek you out. You stand and wait, projecting your best royal aura. Suddenly you become aware of a disturbance at the edge of the room. You move a bit closer to try and see what's happening. A Heru in rich purple robes appears to be struggling with one of the palace waiters. Has it had too much to drink? Wait, that's not a server. That's an internal security officer operating undercover. Something's wrong here. Is that Heru an assassin? Whatever's going on, you'd better not get too close. You need to let security do their work without disrupting the reception. It could leave a terrible impression on the rest of your guests, especially if they believe that someone's being treated with violence because they're Heru. You need to provide a distraction. Quickly you move to the front of the room, picking up a silver handbell and ringing it to draw everyone's attention to you. Thank you all so much for attending tonight. This is my first time visiting Heru Prime, and I'm excited to see so many new faces. I hope many friendships and new connections are built tonight, and that we can go forward into the future together. There's a scattering of polite applause. It wasn't much of a speech, but it at least showed good intentions. More importantly, it appears that the security incident has been resolved with discretion, and the festivities can continue as planned. Shortly afterwards, someone approaches you. Oh. Oh. By the standards of Heru fashion, this person is ornately dressed and probably either important or desperately seeking attention. Clear skies to you, your Imperial Highness. I am known in the common tongue as One Bite. Aha, this is one of the electors. Greetings to you as well, Honorable Elector. I believe this is your first visit to our footstool, Hero Prime. Believe? You literally just said that. Yes. I am sure you must have a busy itinerary, what with getting to know the territory, all the various divisions, the monuments to past events, the Premier's office, the pilgrimages. It is a pity you were not able to make yourself better known to our people before finding yourself in these tragic circumstances. However, we look forward to building a fresh imperial relationship with no priors. You sense that it disapproves of you and your lack of experience. A credible candidate for the imperial throne ought to have at least some connections around the empire. But you're trying. Can't it see you're trying? Protest. You meet its gaze with a fixed, serious stare. I'm here now. I believe that says something. It waves its arms, streamers fluttering. Yes, contact my office when you are prepared to learn. With that, it sweeps away to rejoin another Heru, probably its spouse. You sense that its feelings towards you are leaning negative. Oh my god, my congestion is crazy. Okay, you have my full attention now. What's the point of this game? I'm sorry. No worries. It's like Long Live the Queen, so we're trying to get elected Empress, and we're trying to convince a bunch of people to vote for us. We're a princess whose dad suddenly died, and now we have to win an election. Several splits later, another Heru ambles in your direction, propelled by coughs and nudges from a handsome young Murthan man who waits behind at a polite distance. Feathered as they are, the Heru take an eccentric approach to clothing. Where one bite seemed ornately overdressed, this individual looks like it can barely manage to keep anything attached. Hello, Your Highness, Your Imperial Highness. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm known as Three Rocks Nestled. It scratches its head awkwardly. I'm afraid I'm a bit behind on my updates, and there wasn't much information available anyway, so tell me about yourself. What? Your interests? Things you like to read? You don't particularly enjoy reading for fun. You have too many other things to do, but what impression do you want to give of yourself? Actually, I don't particularly enjoy reading. I'm more interested in beautiful things that I can share with people. Oh, I see. Well, do you have any pets? An Ebenblatt? Excellent. It pulls up its little notebook and scribbles something. Oh, yes. We'll talk again. It walks away, still writing. The Murthan you noticed earlier looks exasperated and takes a few rapid steps to catch up with the Elector. What an odd bird. You sense that its feelings towards you are leaning negative. Oh my god, they hate me over here. As the reception winds down, your security team draws you aside for a discreet update. The disruptive guest earlier was apparently a Heru separatist attempting to strike a blow against the Merkin overlords. They assure you that exactly the same thing would have happened if it had been your father holding a gathering. This attack was not about you personally, but about what you represent. Why are they referring to them as it? They're referring to them as that because it said in like some flavor text that the Heru they're not genderless, but they said in their culture, gender is like a private thing that they only share with mates and their doctors. So gender is like irrelevant to them. So all of them are it's. No connections to any electors or larger factions have been detected. This incident should have no further political consequences. Does that make it any better? They have you're crazy for saying they have a Kaweka. Oh my goodness. You invite some of the residents to chat. Oh, that was an accident. Back to social. Stay put. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. Another gift has arrived for you. However, there are concerns. This gift has been sent from Crystal Nova. Oh, your family. What is it? The Vestarch brings out a wooden box made of many separate pieces connected in strange shapes. You can't immediately see how to open it. What's inside? Nothing as far as our scans can tell. This is a puzzle box, a challenge for the mind. The act of finding a way inside is itself the gift, though it can be used to store trinkets. I recommend destroying the box. This gift, by its nature, is not fully understood. It could contain hidden dangers. Can you trust such a gift? Do you even want a gift from your Novan relatives? A puzzle could be interesting. I'll take it back to my room. You can work on solving it when you're not busy with classes. You'll need a good eye and nimble fingers. The fact that they have a lore for that is pretty cool. I know this game is... the reason why I love this game so much is like... It's a sequel to Long Live the Queen, right? And the world building in Long Live the Queen is second to none. Like, they accounted for everything. They really built a world that feels rich and full and has so much in it.
And it's the same with this one, I feel like. This one has so much in it. I did a lure. I don't know why, but I did a lure. You sit in your room, turning the wooden box over and over in your hands. Push this bit here and you can slide this piece there, but then that spot is blocked and can't swivel. Out of frustration, you try shaking it, but no key rattles loose. There must be a solution, but you're just not getting it. You'll have to try again later. What skill do you find most interesting or would like to max out? I mean, the thing with this game is that you have to replay it like a few times, because you miss so much no matter what you max out. Like, you have to replay it over and over and max different skills. But I always lean towards like the social skills. I always try to make my princess like Princess Diana. I try to make her an empath. I try to make her good at speaking, stuff like that. I forget which one was which. One bite. 3 Rocks Nestled was the one who wanted to know about our background. You dig into the background of One Bite, Elector of Heru Prime. One Bite is married to another Heru by the name of Sand in the Sky. You saw them together at the reception. They met at a political event where they were on opposite sides of an issue and continued as rivals for some time before achieving a truce and an engagement. Ooh, this Joe Biden, Donald Trump yowie. The couple has not yet had children, but from the ongoing alterations to their estate and financial planning, that event is predicted to occur within the next Vivim. One Bite is considered both a conservative and a rebel within Heru politics, one driven by personal conviction of the way things ought to be, rather than serving and supporting the ideals of the current population. Its style is deliberately old-fashioned, even anachronistic. One Bite is also known to be short-tempered. There have been complaints of bullying from the Elector's staff, and it once had an altercation with the Primacer's guards where it swore at them, and called them churls for failing to get out of its way quickly enough. So far those incidents have been handled quietly, and the complainers paid off, but they could become a scandal if they were more widely known. Alright, explore social network. Allied with Rippling Eternity of Rylat. Oberod of Tharkis Prime and Sola of Svargus are enemies. Okay, got it. Well, let's see what it wants from us. I need the support of my electors. Will you pledge your loyalty? When the ritual of election occurs, each elector must cast their vote according to their conscience, deciding who is most suited to lead the Empire. That time has not yet arrived. If you wish to sway my opinion, you will need to provide material evidence of your worth. How do I do that? By your own admission, your Imperial Highness, you are unfamiliar with the culture of our footstool. You have little experience with the Heru. You must undertake a pilgrimage to a hidden shrine and pay your respects to the vessel of Ixapak Kikul. The vessel of Ixapak Kikul? Does that mean like a vessel that holds a trapped spirit or a holy relic? You aren't an expert in ancient Heru religions. You must make this journey alone and unaided except for the traditional scroll of guidance. It will be a difficult quest, but if you return successfully, you may receive my favor. May. So even if you find this vessel, One Bite isn't necessarily promising to support you. Contact me when you are ready to undergo the rites. It closes the connection. You sense that its feelings towards you are leaning negative. I'm not doing that shit. Like, why does everybody want me to go somewhere dangerous? More like Trump and Obama all up in his ear at the campaign, right? Exactly. Trump and Obama, yowie. Let's see what what's his name is giving. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. You have received a message of a political nature. A consortium. That's not his voice. A consortium of Tharkan technology companies wish to test your opinion on establishing a self-governing community on the largest moon of Svargus. They are not making an official proposal or requesting any action on your part, merely putting out feelers to see if you might support the idea. Svargus is a watery planet in Sector Tharkis 3. It has 3 moons, but they are outposts of the main planet rather than settlements in their own right. They don't maintain permanent populations. If one of the moons established a provisional government, that would be the first step towards declaring a separate entity entitled to an elector. The others would likely follow suit. This isn't the first time that someone has broached the idea of lunar independence. Smaller electoral territories already exist. However, no emperor has been in favor of the idea. 3 new Tharkan electors could change the balance of power in the Empire. Do you wish to make a reply? This is not quite official business. You are not obligated to respond. We don't need more electors from that sector. Politely indicate that I don't intend to change the situation. Very well.
I'm just going based on what they said before. Do more menace. You try again to make sense of the wooden puzzle box. You hold it to your ear and rap on it with your knuckles, listening for hollow spots. You scratch your nails gently over the surface of the wood, checking for hidden seams. Press, pull, poke, twist. Stupid box, why won't it open? Fuck, we're negative now. This is pointless. You can't afford to waste any more time on the Novin's stupid gift. They probably designed it just to drive you crazy. You call its servant to dispose of the offending object. Out of sight, out of mind. That was not good. You dig into the background of Three Rocks Nestled, Elector of Heru Prime. Three Rocks Nestled is married to another Heru named Sleeping Sun Lizard, who resides on the opposite side of Heru Prime. According to records, the two have never actually met in person. A wedding ceremony was held, but neither one attended. The rituals were carried out by designated proxies. A wedding ceremony was held, but neither one attended. I'm kind of obsessed. The concept of that. The couple do correspond regularly and make financial decisions together. Their future plans for heirs or other consolidation remain unknown. For personal companionship, Three Rocks Nestled supports a single concubine, a young Myrthan man by the name of Oriole, whom you glimpsed at the reception. Oriole also serves as household manager and general assistant to the Elector. These relationship arrangements are eccentric, but not scandalous. Acquaintances consider Three Rocks Nestled to be either an absent-minded scholar or a dilettante with a shallow interest in all things new. It collects books and curiosities and has an interest in theater, puzzles, and games. Theater, puzzles, and games, which we do not have any of that. I need the support of my electors. Vote? Now. I'm not ready. I don't have my notes. Oh, I do have my notes. Flips through a little notebook and looks back at you. It seems that, I'm not certain that there's such a great difference, really. Whoever takes the throne will root the Empire, and, I don't have much reason to choose one or the other. Is there anything I could do that would give you a reason? Something that would show you that I'm the best choice to be Empress? How are you for games? What sort of games? Challenges, puzzles, adventure, forays into fantasy. It's a hobby of mine, putting people into an imagined scenario that they must explore to uncover the true story and the way to escape. It's so difficult to help find people willing to test these little creations. A game master needs players, and with your background, you're the perfect subject for my latest idea. Is it dangerous? It's just a game. Well, I suppose things could go a bit wrong. Things could always go wrong. Fire, flood, earthquakes, book falls on your head, that happened once, so I can't say there's no dangers. But doesn't that make it more exciting? Does your life need more excitement? Rubs its hands together. I'll need a bit of time to prepare the dungeon. Dungeon? Oh, it's traditional to call any playing space a dungeon. It doesn't mean there will be monsters necessarily. So what does it involve? I can't tell you that. If you were prepared, it wouldn't be a fair test of my creation. I must see how you interact with the pieces when you don't know what they do, which clues you notice, and so on. But if you can play through my little adventure successfully, I'll give you my vote. Doesn't that sound like a fair reward? It's the reward you're after, but exactly what would you be getting yourself into? Contact me with your schedule to arrange a session. If you want to find out, you'll have to take the chance. We don't have any skills for that, though. It's looking like a no. What if I had a Heru, on my court, though? Because I actually want this guy. This bird. Will they take it, though? Will they take the offer? Oh, now it's neutral towards me. Well, that was a flop. Nobody even liked me over there. We received a diplomatic message from Crystal Nova. What do the Novans want now? They claim to have captured an Imperial intelligence agent carrying out espionage in their territory and demand that you come in person to the border to negotiate an exchange. The problem is, that is not one of our agents. She taps her screen. This individual is a common Imperial citizen doing business on Crystal Nova. He's not an agent, he's not even an informant. He has no classified value. If this is an innocent citizen, then he might be condemned to a Novan prison through no fault of his own. Better to lose some unimportant businessman than to put the Imperial princess at risk. Why do you think they're insisting on her personal presence? It must be a trap. The Novans have designated a neutral sector just outside of Imperial space. Wait, this is just outside of Imperial space to make the exchange. If you wish to negotiate, you will need to be at this location by turn 22. It is, of course, your decision. Right now, you have other decisions to make. Where's the map? There's the map. The neutral territory is where? It's Mao. But if I want to, okay, I don't know where they want me to go for that, so I don't know. Let's do survival. The Harrow system is the most expansive of any in the Empire, and great swaths of it remain largely undeveloped. This sector contains no habitable worlds at all, no frontier colonists, no casual visitors, no society. Many maps would not even detail the area, but the sector is not entirely empty. There are planets to be found beyond this warp gate, and therefore Imperial territory to be upheld. The largest planet is the gas giant Pane. The name in some Heru dialect translate roughly as circular portal, referring to Pane's brightly gleaming rings. Two moons circle in constant opposition, Stuye and Poise, also called Dawn and Dusk. Each moon contains a small settlement and therefore the entitlement to an elector. The other planet in this sector is tiny, barren Wegeb. It has no appreciable atmosphere to warm its surface. It is as cold as the depths of space. The surface is covered over with mountains and craters of monoxide ice. Even if it melted, breathing the gas would kill you. There's no seed of life here. Nonetheless, the planet has been claimed and parceled out to various business enterprises. Their ownership is displayed across the surface by small stations and large banners, marking this benighted outpost as a genuine holding of the Empire. The long-term population of Wegeb is generally limited to caretakers and maintenance engineers. Kadar, the Elector, certainly does not live there herself. She's been traveling in her personal cruiser to reach the Heavenly Palace for this event. This is the first occasion in which the Heavenly Palace has visited this sector within your lifetime, if not longer. Despite that, the guest list is small and the gathering sedate. Other than Kadar's entourage, all attendees hail from the moons of Pane, and most of them are Heru. You're aware that the official elector of Pane, Stuye, is the Heru child much younger than you, but you can't spot anyone that small in attendance. The regency is jointly held by the child's adoptive parents, whom you've never met. You've never met the other electors either, but they're much easier to locate. Kadar especially has been in frequent contact with the palace team to arrange her ship's rendezvous. Here she comes now. Your Imperial Highness, here you are in the back end of Beyond for some reason. While this might count as some sign of making an effort, it might also demonstrate a piss-poor grasp of strategy. How dare she use language like that to you? Are there many other games like this? So, the princess raising genre is a pretty... I mean, it's a niche genre, but there actually are a lot of games that are you play as a princess and you raise them. I think the original one was a Japanese game, and I think it was literally called Princess Razor, and they made 5 Princess Razor games. I don't know if maybe I'm making that up, but there was some start to the genre, and then there are many attempts to follow up to that. But this game itself is a sequel to Long Live the Queen by Hanako Games, which is pretty similar to this, except it doesn't take place in space. This sector's total population is a rounding error for the Empire, so why did you bother? Lena Lady is rude. Come now, don't sell yourself short. A ruler needs to know all of her territory personally. Value may lurk in the most unexpected places, and it's better to learn things firsthand than to rely on reputation and rumor, don't you think? I'm not so easily charmed, Your Highness, but I take your point. Please enjoy your explorations of our humble sector. I want her on my court. She bows to you with exaggerated courtesy, which still feels somewhat mocking. You sense that her feelings towards you are hostile. Oh, she fucking hates me. You're not alone for long before another young woman makes her appearance. Hello, Your Highness. It's good to see you again. Again? Why don't you do them more? You seem to really like them. I really like Long Live the Queen and Galaxy Princess Zorana because there's so much world building, and that's not a princess
Razor thing, that's a Hanako Games thing. So I'll be sat for any Hanako Games Princess Razor, but the genre itself, it's hit or miss. Sometimes the story is just mid.
We've never been formally introduced, of course, but I was lucky enough to win a ticket to an Imperial premiere once, and you were one of the black carpet guests, so I saw you there. Oh, what show? Drachenflucht. You don't even remember it. You received invitations to so many events, they all blur together. Still, if you were both at a premiere, it was almost certainly back on the Twin Worlds. That's a very long way to travel just to see a show. She must be quite a fan. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you properly. May I introduce my spouse, Bright Blue Shell? She brings forward a Haru who appears, like Chapadok, to be in young adulthood. Despite the name, it's not wearing anything of a bright blue. Bright Blue Shell greets you quietly and withdraws, apparently preferring to leave the politics to its spouse. That's nothing personal, it's just shy. Please accept my condolences about your father. Thank you. After Kadar's provocations, it's a relief to talk to someone so friendly and polite. However, politeness alone is no guarantee of political support. You need to make a stronger connection. I've never visited this sector before. Are there any sites you would recommend? Please don't do that. What? No one and nothing in this sector is equipped to entertain an Imperial entourage. It's very kind of you to visit, but you'll be putting a strain on us if you stay. Oh. These people hate me. You don't have to worry. The Heavenly Palace is perfectly capable of providing for all my needs while I'm in this sector. It won't be a problem. Yes, of course. I'm sorry. We're not used to being visited by anyone of such power and importance or with such a large vessel. There's nothing here to draw them. I really don't have any suggestions for sites or entertainments worthy of an Imperial princess. Well, there certainly aren't going to be any star-studded galas out here, but as long as there are people present, there must be some culture worth exploring. On the other hand, she's obviously trying to discourage you. Is that just modesty or fear that you'll look down on her constituents? I'm traveling in order to learn more about my empire and get to know the people in it. I'd be interested in just spending some time among ordinary people, seeing what life is like on Poise, things like that. Your Imperial Highness, please consider the security concerns and the disruptions to everyone's schedules. It would be extremely inconvenient. Her rejection sounds polite, but underneath that, she's seriously displeased by your suggestion. Did it sound condescending? Alright then, never mind. I look forward to speaking with you in more detail privately later. Oh my god. Everybody here hates me. 2 down, 1 to go. She said, okay, you don't need to go home, but you need to know, right? She said, you can get the fuck out of here. Oh my god. A voice croaks from behind you. Excuse me, sir, Madam Majesty? Someone attempting to address you? You're certainly neither a majesty nor a sir. Whoever is speaking ought to have the courtesy to appear in front of you and address you as your Imperial Highness, or at least your Highness, not call out to you like a child straying in a market. It would be undignified for you to respond to such a clumsy approach. You deserve more respect. You could just ignore the speaker until they get it right. There's certainly no one else here who would possibly be titled Majesty, though. Would it reflect badly on you to fail to reply? Your chin raised in a dignified manner, you turn to greet the approaching Haru. 2 of them, their heads bobbling in counterpoint. It's the regents of Pane Stuye, Starlight Needle and Robe of Ice. You hope you are correctly remembering which is which. There's no sign of the child elector. Their charge must not have accompanied them to this event. You may correctly address me as your Imperial Highness. Yes, of course, Highness Zorana. Please forgive me. The head bombing increases in speed. I apologize, please. We don't know how to do this. We've never had visitors like you before. We never had training. We don't know how people of your kind behave. Are they implying that you're some kind of exotic savage to them because you're merkin? Oh my god, my character is so fucking, like, get a grip, girl. You are so, like, they just said why they're being like this. My maid and I have never attended a society reception before. We have no experience with political etiquette. We weren't raised, we weren't born. We make mistakes. It's not because you're merkin. It's because you're noble and they're not. They're terrified. They are the regents and guardians of the official elector. Normally that opportunity would fall to whomever had the most power to seize it, but in this sector where the term society must be stretched to exist at all, perhaps not. Perhaps these 2 were the child's favorite teachers and nothing more. How'd you become regents? If you're not from the political class, how did you end up holding a regency? It was my companion's will that we guarded the child. Something about the way it says companion suggests to you that these 2 and the previous elector may have been more than friends. A tragic romance? Their tie to the child is a matter of personal connection and obligation then, honor, not advancement. I'm sorry that the young elector, Flashes on Waves, was not able to attend tonight. I hope everything is well. It is still very young. It wouldn't enjoy the travel, and it might have been loud, disruptive. The Heru brings out a palm holo to show you an image of the child, its beak crooked open in frozen laughter. It looks just like Scintillation when it was young, doesn't it? The couple clucks fondly at each other. Scintillation, the previous elector, died unmarried. No second parent for Flashes on Waves was mentioned in the record overview. Is it a clone child? That wasn't marked either. There are no restrictions on clone children within the Heru system, no extracultural taboos or burdensome laws. You've had a vague impression that the practice was less common among the Heru than the Merkins or Tharkins, but that might not be accurate. Could one of these two be the young elector's other biological parent? Failed an economics test for that. I don't want to pry into their personal life, but let me just save anyways. It might be a delicate subject, and you don't strictly need to know right now. Please enjoy the evening. I look forward to the opportunity to talk to you more in private at a later time. Yes, thank you, thank you. You sense that their feelings towards you are neutral. Oberod has pledged his vow to Lukomir. Fuck. He's eating us up. For once, nothing urgent has summoned you from your bed, just the usual pile of routine dispatches and updates. The Vestark has sent a reminder that the Agonaglia, a major religious festival including blood sacrifice, will take place on turn 24. While there will be many ceremonies across the Empire, the primary ritual is held on Kedro and presided over by the High Pontifex. Traditionally, the Emperor, a high-ranking noble designated as his proxy, would be present in order to retrieve an augury for the future of the Empire. If you wish to attend, you should make plans to be in Sector Merca 1 on that turn. Oh my god, they want me to be everywhere. Okay. We'll do 2 deceptions. I want to talk to, like, she fucking hates me for some reason, but I like her. Like, I want her to be on my court, but I don't think she will because she hates me. Sister, please. Can I charm and flatter her? Oh my god, she won't return our calls. You dig into the background of Kadar, Elector of Ugeb. Kadar is an only child, the inheritor of a title, which is more of a technicality than an honor. She's never lived on the territory that she represents. Her family is based on Gakthon and the Tharkis system. Despite having negligible constituents and a powerless seat, since coming into adulthood, Kadar has worked tirelessly to advance her fortunes. Her committee attendance is exemplary, and she regularly volunteers to serve on panels and task forces. Outside of government, she also holds a position within the family corporation and is involved in a number of business deals. There are no records of Kadar engaging in any sort of romantic relationship. No official engagements, no concubines. If she prefers more casual dalliances, she's managed to keep them quiet. Kadar has no heirs and filed no arrangements for the continuity of her electorship. In her free time, Kadar is fond of clockwork and puzzles. Many who meet her consider her to be rude, stubborn, and unwavering. Incorruptible through lack of sociability, if nothing else. She has no tolerance for weakness or stupidity. Well, I guess she's the one who we would get on the court, if any of them. You dig into the background of Chapadok, Elector of Pane Poise. Chapadok, unusually, has 2 living parents who are still in good health. Her father, the previous elector, willingly stood down to allow his daughter to take up the position. While he might have been looking forward to retirement, it is commonly believed to have been at Chapadok's command. She's known in the sector as a determined and very stubborn young woman who will stop at nothing to get her way. Chapadok is also a great follower of cartoons and fantasy movies and posts anonymous fiction to the feeds, featuring the romantic exploits of her favorite characters. Her writing has never seen much success. After assuming power, Chapadok married the Heru Bright Blue Shell, whom you met briefly at the reception. This is believed to be a political union rather than a romantic one, but the two of them seem to be in accord. Romantically, Chapadok has been linked for several seasons to a Myrthan boy named Zelan. They make no secret of their affair, which is noteworthy because Zelan is still an adolescent, not officially an adult, and his parents strongly disapprove of the relationship. Not only have they refused the offer to make him Chapadoc's official concubine, they have now engaged Zealand to a much older woman. This has not stopped the pair from being seen out together at every opportunity. Neither Chapadoc's spouse nor Zealand's fiance has made any public comment, but it's all a bit of an open scandal. I feel like if we try to negotiate, she's gonna say no, but let me just try. Yeah, no. Nope. What just happened? That just scared me so bad. What about her? The election's not for a while. I don't want to wear anyone's badge at this point. Is there anything I could offer you that would make you change your mind? Offer me? Like what? Oh, you know, I could undergo a trial to prove my worthiness, seek the favor of the gods, bring you rare Drakenflute merchandise, take your spouse out dancing. I could read a story you've written and comment on it if you liked. How do you know I write stories? You look creative. Whatever would help you to determine if our interests are aligned so that you could be convinced I'm the best choice to become Empress. You know, there's something I've always wanted to do. I want to fire a spaceship's pulse lasers. You want to go blast space dust in the rings of Pane? No. Too dangerous. Might set off a cascade and hit a moon. Especially since I'm not, trained at all. I want to blow up something big, but you'll have to teach me how. Or, if you really want to read some of my stories, maybe. But they have to be good comments. That gives you some idea, at least. You sense that her feelings towards you are leaning negative. Okay. She said we could read her stories, but then the only quest they gave me was about, what's it called? I literally don't think I can get back to Merca 1 by the time... What would this? 20, 21, 22. Yeah, it's on turn 22. I can't get back there in time, so let's just stay put here. No, let's stay put. The committee requires your opinion on a complex matter of law. Yours is not necessarily the deciding vote, but they're interested to see how you would address the situation. Alright, what's the situation? Regards a question of inheritance. A Tharkan matriarch recently passed into eternity. She had 2 children, one by her second husband, who predeceased her, and one by her concubine. She left no will. So her status in the majority of the estate is inherited by the child of the marriage, with smaller shares for any surviving concubines and the other childs. Under normal circumstances, documents have since been found to indicate that the matriarch's first husband was not actually dead at the time she married her second, making that marriage legally invalid. How did that happen? They were living separately, on different planets. Either there was a miscommunication or the matriarch produced false death papers to show that her first marriage was no longer an issue. The first husband did die half a Fivim later, before the supposedly illegitimate child was born, but the mistake was not noticed or dealt with at the time, so the invalid marriage was never replaced. None of this would be an issue if the woman had left a will. As it stands, the person who was treated as the heir is technically neither the child of a marriage nor a registered concubinage. So the concubine's child is challenging the inheritance. That's a mess. The people who broke the law in the first place are all dead and cannot be questioned. By one interpretation, the heir is now legally entitled to nothing, despite being raised all their life to expect it. What is your recommendation? The legal violation, deliberate or not, was many Fivims ago and the lawbreaker is dead and cannot be punished. She tried to enter a marriage with her second husband. Her intent was for that child to be a legitimate heir. The fair solution is to maintain the status quo. Very well. I don't know, they ask me these random questions where it's like, I guess either one could be fine, maybe, I don't know. Two more alert. I want to get my interaction up, but I guess I don't have the right stat to upgrade that. Let me see if I can, I don't know why. I was so transfixed by this I wasn't reading it. But anyways. um, You're very sweet, but there's not much point to the game of hearts when we both know you won't be back in the sector after the election. Surely you're familiar with fan mail. Distance hasn't stopped her before from maintaining an interest. I may have written some enthusiastic letters in the past, but they were never answered. Really? You never got anything back? Does a slick print for my wall count? It wasn't signed. Well, if I send you a picture of myself, I promise an autograph as well, but I expect high praise in your letter, maybe even a poem. Idols and empresses receive so much admiration, you'd hardly take notice of mine. Oh, I think I would. It's always refreshing to hear a kind word from afar, don't you think? She smiles and shakes her head. You do have very sparkly eyes. She may not be romantically interested in you, but she does seem to appreciate the attention. You sense that her feelings towards you are leaning all that just for it to be the same? Okay, what about if I offer her a cabinet position? Oh my god. Like, I want her. I want her. I want her a Kadar, and they're both being like, they don't want to work with Mimi. Wait. But the election is not now. The voting happens at the election, doesn't it? These poor people have no experience with all the honeyed suggestions of imperial politics. You'll need to explain more simply. That's when the votes are counted, but you can agree to assign your vote ahead of time. Why would we do that? Well, if you made up your minds already, then making a formal pledge of loyalty means that the other factions will stop calling on you. Also, this is when you have the chance to talk to me personally and privately in order to negotiate. So electors ask for what they want in exchange for giving you their votes. That is the pledge. But what if you don't win? What happens to the promise then? Well, that's why people generally ask for something I can do right now, rather than something only the Empress can do. A gift, maybe. A favor. Some action to show my intentions. A challenge to prove my strength or show the favor of the gods. Is there something you want? Something that would make it clear to you that I'm the best choice to be Empress? Give us a split. I'm so tired, Luke. I'm gonna sleep. Have fun. Bye, bushy browsers. Enjoy. Sleep well. Can you retrieve classified data? What? Information from restricted Imperial databases. Can you get data without raising alarms or leaving a trail or telling anyone about it? Secretly accessing classified information, that could have Imperial security implications. If you're caught hacking around in restricted information, could the scandal damage your chances in the election? And what do they want the data for anyway? They're electors, they should already have fairly high level access. Truly top secret stuff is dangerous. What sort of data? Developments in ultra low gravity environments. Can you be more specific? No. Anything you can find, but it has to stay quiet if you want our vote. Find out whatever you can and bring it to us. Okay, well, we have, like, no hacking skill either, so, oh my god, everything is so bad for us. Nobody has anything. Oh my god. Reg has pledged his vote to Lukomir. Oh my god, everybody has fucking Lukomir. I'm gonna go back to this so that I can get the social stats. Let's go to Heru 4, I guess. These Heru environments, like, they don't fuck with me. It's so hard to get any votes here. Like, I might as well leave. Nobody here has any fucking anything for me, but let me waste more time here. Your regular batch of dispatches and updates includes more news on the ongoing colonization project. A number of colonists are reporting symptoms such as low energy and brain fog. No medical cause has been identified. The Grib are concerned that some allergenic substance on the planet may be triggering negative reactions. Where was this? Oh. It's also possible that it's mass hysteria, or the colonists just slacking off. If they don't shape up, you might need to prod them a bit harder. That's when they're hanging out on the planet we just made, where we sent the prisoners. I'll put on the interact. Oh my god, she looks so cute. I love this little hairpin thing. It's so cute. The innermost worlds of the Heru system are also among the least prominent within society. 2 planets, Kioi and Chalanbao, are extremely small and rotate slowly. Their surfaces burn clean by the heat of the sun. Relot is larger, but has a turbulent atmosphere with constant sandstorms. None of these worlds are at all appealing to tourists. Relot, with its desert winds, is populated almost entirely by the Heru, and functions as their only true colony world. The other two are managed primarily as business concerns mining for resources, and their population comes from all over the Celestial Empire. Small and unimportant though they may be, they are planets of the Celestial Empire, and they are each entitled to an elector to represent their interests. Given the mixed population of the system, it's hard to choose a particular theme for your reception. Not all of the electors owe loyalty to Heru Prime, and their true allegiances might not be visible. What theme do you choose? Imperial tradition. Oh fuck. Neutral business? Heru style. Nope. It's all gonna be a fail. You bring out works of art from the Imperial collection to decorate the reception room, hoping to impress your guests with the wealth and power you command as the traditional heir. As the gathering gets underway, you seek out the electors. The first face that you recognize is an older Myrthan woman with flowers woven into her dark hair. Grodania, Elector of Chilanbal. She's accompanied by her husband, a handsome, mature Theron with strong arms and scaly green wings. She's cute. Catching sight of you, Grodania laughs and pats her companion's hand, then detaches herself to come over and greet you. Your Imperial Highness, it is such a pleasure to meet you in person at last. You look even lovelier than your pictures. Despite the fact that she's 3 times her age and her husband is right there, she appears to be flirting with you. Thank you. I hope we'll be seeing more of you at parties while you're in the sector. We have to manufacture much of our own entertainment. What sort of entertainment? Oh, many things, card and board games in particular. I always enjoyed the thrill of competition. Board games? Like the ones that little children play, while you're trying to take care of an empire? I'm not certain that I'll have time for that, but I'll keep it in mind. Oh, you are a precious creature. She laughs. I mustn't monopolize you now. I'm sure you have many introductions to make, but please call on me later. I'd love to hear more about you. Before leaving, she makes a strange low curtsy to you, spreading her arms wide and crossing her legs, then bending her knees until she's almost kneeling on the floor. Her movements are clearly practiced, but it's not a style of respect you've seen before, despite your familiarity with court protocols. Is it something she's invented personally? You far outrank a minor elector, and are not obligated to respond in kind, of course. Return it. You replicate her motion, sinking to the floor like a dancer, or perhaps with your arms raised and spread like a bird settling into roost. Oh, gracious me, you don't need to do that, not for me. Just as smoothly, you return to your full height. I've never seen anyone bow like that before. I wanted to try it myself. You move very elegantly, Your Imperial Highness. Thank you. She instinctively starts to curtsy again, although this time she makes only a tiny bow before catching herself and leaving your presence. All that just for her to still be neutral. These people don't fuck with me. You look around for another elector to speak to and locate Jade, representative of Kioi, the innermost planet. The Tharkin appears to be attending alone and is dressed as a businesswoman rather than wearing a formal gown. Odd that she would choose to go directly against the theme of the gathering. Was this meant as a challenge? That's no ordinary business outfit either. The skirt is long and tight, emphasizing her hips and hobbling her legs. Her blouse, by contrast, is too loose, too sheer, giving her a rumpled appearance that evokes hasty dressing and nightwear. She arrived alone, but it seems that her intent is not to leave that way. Ooh. When your eyes meet hers, she raises a hand to her face as if startled, then puts on a bright smile and walks directly over to you. Your Imperial Highness, thank you for taking your time to meet with us. Please accept my condolences about your father. Thank you. He was such a powerful man. I regret never having the chance to know him better, but it just goes to show you have to seize opportunities when you can. In a place like this, we often have to manufacture our own opportunities. The Elector of Chilanbal said something similar. Oh, she did she? For some reason, she appears to find this extremely funny. Some people love to play the game, but they don't realize how easily they can be outmatched by someone younger and faster. Which I suppose means I should keep an eye out for you, doesn't it? She's definitely challenging you. She wants to get a reaction, to make you show your strength. She likes to play games, does she? Perhaps we will each have the chance to see what the other brings to the table. Perhaps so. Please call on me when your schedule permits. I'm sure we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement. Yes, we'll talk later. She nods to you and walks away, angling her path to accidentally bump into a man in an expensive suit as she goes. You sense her feelings towards you are neutral. At last, one feathered figure detaches itself from the crowd and makes its way over to you. It's not particularly tall, but its feathers are faded with age, and it moves slowly. A breeze stirs and the skies lighten at your presence, Imperial Princess Zorana. From the heart of our home we send warmth and welcome unto you. I who greet you am known in your tongue as Rippling Eternity. It's a pleasure to meet you. It raises one clawed talon. A meeting is a beginning. Many lifetimes ago, your ancestors and mine met for the first time upon the surface of a world both near and far from where we stand now, and the stars were carried in their arms. Even the ancient callers, those who've led their flocks in wisdom, could not have imagined that eyes in the dark were watching from the limitless voids of space. It was the Voyager known as High Peak who was the first to spot a light growing in the sky, a light which would in time descend and take shape into a great and gleaming figure. This sounds like it's gearing up to tell you an entire epic of the Heru people based around the first contact with the Celestial Empire. That could take a while, especially in such an old and quavering voice. Gentle Elector, the history of the Heru and the Celestial Empire is of great importance to all of us within this sector, and affects every facet of our negotiations. However, it's my duty to make the rounds and introduce myself to my guests. I must not neglect anyone by staying too long in one place. Is there anything in particular that you wanted me to know right now for our first meeting? Rippling Eternity closes its beak, making a clicking sound with its tongue. After a moment, it speaks again. Cooperation opens opportunities, but the rewards are not always equal. A wise leader must consider who it is that pays the cost. Thank you for your words of wisdom. I hope we can speak again later. I am certain that we will. With that, you extricate yourself and continue around the room, smiling at the assorted dignitaries. Much remains to be done before you have any chance of claiming the throne. You can't let Rippling Eternity claim all your time. You sense that its feelings towards you are leaning positive. Ooh, that's our first positive in like 20 years. Relaxed by the pool. Gonna stay put. Your Imperial Highness, we appear to have an urgent situation developing, but information is currently scarce. A distress call was received from the Grib Colony Project requesting immediate evacuation. At least that is the overly formal description. The message that was actually sent was, get me out of here now, there. And there the transmission was cut off, followed by error signals. We're not sure who sent the message. This may be an adolescent prank or an internal dispute between colonists. Let's just wait. I don't want to rush into anything until we have a clear picture of the situation. No action for the moment, but keep me informed. Very well. We have a boost to arts that maybe we should use, but I think I'm going to go with empathy. Empathy or menace? We'll do empathy. You receive a message from Kazenia. She says, looking forward to seeing you home for Aganaglia. Fuck. Okay. I want her on my council. Grodania. She only has 30. She fucking sucks. What about her? She has 40. She has 55 in economics. We'll take that. I like her. She's cute. But I do want to see what what everything else says. Investigate background. Jade is the clone child of the previous elector, and her upbringing was dedicated to replacing her mother at the heart of the family business. She's well educated and a shrewd negotiator, often underestimated in the boardroom. Jade was married to an older man, but he died within the past FIFM from an accidental drug overdose. The death was well documented and not considered suspicious. They had no children. Since her husband's death, Jade has developed a reputation for wildness. She's often been seen intoxicated in public. She dismissed her entire harem and has been rebuilding it with only perfectly matched sets of twins. She's been banned from various clubs for inappropriate behavior. Jade has also been linked to an extensive array of temporary sexual partners, including by rumor the husband of Electra Grodania. That might cause a scandal if the story came out. Oh, that's why she said the thing about having the, what's it called? I feel like most of the dialogue is just them giving a quest, so we can kind of skip through it, but it seems like we have enough social skills to do this. Wait. Elector Jade has challenged you to a most unusual contest. If you can make her scream, then she will acknowledge your authority over her and pledge her loyalty to you, guaranteeing her vote in the election. If you can't, then you'll have to admit defeat and give her one of your father's treasures. For that reason, you have only one chance at this. If you fail, you can't try again. She didn't set any parameters on exactly what you could do to her in order to make her scream, though it sounds like she's expecting a certain degree of torture. It's an unusual request, but there is a history within your culture of admiring both ruthlessness and resistance. An emperor is expected to be capable of cruelty, and a noble is expected to be able to suffer pain without flinching. Idealized heroes die stoically rather than betray the empire. Actually killing an elector would be counterproductive though, so you can't simply stab her. There are more delicate methods of applying pain without causing lasting injury, but you need to be very careful and sure of what you're doing. Purely frightening her into screaming should also work, though it's tricky to scare someone who's expecting you to try something. In the end, what it comes down to is exerting your will over hers. If you convince her to submit, she can acknowledge your victory at any point. Still, there are so many ways this could go wrong. Are you sure you want to do this? Let's do it. Oh. Let's just do this. We have some pressure points. Points. Plan settled, you greet the Elector when she arrives in the hangar. Please follow me, we should handle this matter in private. You gesture towards a padded table you had prepared. Lie down there on your face. Now, this is getting interesting. She gets into position on the massage table. You take a deep breath and then step up to press your hands and thumbs into her back, moving in circles, relaxing the muscles as you've been taught. I'm not sure how you think this is gonna make me scream, but I'm liking it. You run a fingernail down her spine, eliciting a shiver. I have your body here, helpless under my hands. You speak calmly, presenting it as a matter of fact, not anything she should question. I can make you relax, melt away your tension, leave you warm and comfortable. You dig in your thumbs again, pressing her flesh until you hear a faint groan. Then you pull back, placing only one sharp fingertip against a sensitive spot. Or I can set every nerve in your body into agonizing cramps and leave you unable to walk for days. It's a bluff, of course. You could certainly cause her some amount of pain, but you have no idea how much or for how long, and because of that, it's not a safe thing to do. But what matters right now is whether she believes you. From the sudden stiffness of her back, you think she just might. You lean closer, whispering into her ear. All you have to do to save yourself is scream. You curl your finger a little more, digging in the nail. All right, you win. Is that a scream? Yes. It's a scream, let me go. You take your hands away and she rolls into a sitting position, rubbing her shoulder awkwardly. You play dirty, but I like that. Alright, princess, you have my vote, but next time we play, I'm gonna insist on more rules. You're not entirely sure what she's suggesting, but the more important thing is you've won her loyalty for the election. That was actually, that was kind of sexy. Wait, hold on. Is this Elodie? No, Elodie didn't have eyes like that, I don't think. don't know what I'm doing. My menuing is all off. A strange disease is spreading among the colonists. Early symptoms such as lethargy and impaired thinking appeared minor, but as it progresses, the subjects undergo extreme personality changes. The patients insist that they are healthy, happy workers who love their new home. They reject their previous family and friends and resist all attempts at being cured or isolated. The other colonists call them griblets. Alien mind control? Gamisha has passed an emergency authorization to mobilize the fleet and send them to aid in an evacuation. Okay. Let's do rhetoric. I can't offer her a cabinet position anymore. I kind of want to go back then, because I want her on my cabinet. Let's see, what stats do you have? 50, that's fine. We can take 50. Charm and flatter. How fascinating is the universe that a stone shaped by natural processes over billions of cycles can come to light and bring so much pleasure to the eyes of those that find it. Is the Elector calling you a jewel? You sense that its feelings towards you are friendly. Oh, it likes me. If I remove her cabinet position, can I make her something else? Because I kind of want to see... But I wanted to keep her. I wanted to move her to something else. This is why you have to check beforehand, but whatever. We'll just end our social turn. Or maybe... No, we'll end our social turn. Heru 3 sector. I have an update on the colony evacuation process. No aid has yet been able to reach the colony, and their pleas for help are growing more frequent. Word of the situation is spreading around the Empire, and concern is growing. Can't make things move any faster. If only the station had been if only the fleet had been stationed closer to Heru Prime. Holy shit, you're still alive. Hey, Tiger Lily. Yes, I know, right? I never do long streams anymore, but here I am. We'll do Menace. Menace is the last one that we kind of have to max out. The early access game? Yes, this is the Long Live the Queen sequel. It's so good so far. I'm having a ball. A literal ball. You sit in your room checking the latest feeds. Recordings from the Agonaglia rites on Kidro show Lucamere standing tall and proud in the front ranks as the High Pontifex lifts the sacrificial bird. That position would have been yours if you'd been there. I really should have been there, but I just was not there. Why am I not reading this? This sector of the Heru system is by far the most popular with tourists from across the Empire. Both planets are dominated by ocean, with small land masses whose cities are never too far from a beach, and now support thriving colonies with a focus on pleasure and recreation. Renock is a warm summer paradise of nodding palms and gentle breezes. Young adults cram themselves into touring ships for whirlwind romance and wild alcohol-fueled parties. The wealthy retire there to sleep in the sun. Kochim attracts a different crowd, with its odd skies that are perpetually gloomy by day and sparkling by night. Bioluminescent organisms are common, and the seas shimmer with strange colors. Kazinia had big plans for a meditative retreat on Kochim to celebrate your graduation from the Ishinka Academy. You and she and Vasily would be staying in an underwater resort with massages and trans-induction classes, getting in touch with your soul resonance, that sort of thing. Vasily would rather be relaxing on the Renock beaches, but Vasily never bothered to make the plans. Of course, the way things are going now, it's not likely you'll be able to keep Kazinia's plan either. Renock has the larger population, and 2 electors to Kochim's 1. Renock is actually the only individual colony in the Empire that is assigned 2 electors, and it's not because of the size of the population. It's because too many wealthy and influential nobles wanted to claim the planet for themselves. In the early days of colonization, there were two rival capitals on the planet's surface, each attempting to claim the position of official central government. There were raids, assassinations, and even a mass poisoning incident. Oh. To calm the feud, the Emperor at the time chose to recognize them as two separate colonies, allowing them each individual representation. Over time, the two political entities have largely merged and interconnected, though the original capitals still maintain a friendly rivalry and sporting competitions. Both planets are known for their entertainment options and relaxed lifestyle. Would it be better to emulate that, or to impress them with your own pomp and circumstance? What theme do you want for your reception? I mean, maybe now that we have the economic lady, we can do this. It looks so pretty, I know, right? I love the art style, it's so cute. The culture of the sector revolves around fun. To win their approval, it makes sense to show that you understand and appreciate their way of life. Bring on the flower dresses and the drinks with tiny umbrellas. There are any number of businesses on these planets who are accustomed to catering for conferences and delegations at short notice, and they're thrilled by the opportunity to supply the Heavenly Palace. Not only should the electors feel more comfortable, but you may have made some useful contacts in the sector. Once the party's in full swing, you find yourself surrounded by smiling, laughing guests. Everybody wants to stop and tell you what a fabulous time they're having, and you can't resist lingering a little to accept their compliments, even though you know the electors are waiting. At last, you make your way over to the first of the electors. Bernecca is one of the electors from Renock, an older Miro woman with a son around your age. You've met her before when her family was visiting her husband's relatives on Kedro. I don't know if you care, Tiger Lily, but just for is it a sequel for real? Like, are we playing as the princess from the other game? Okay, I was just about to get into it, because I realized I didn't say anything. But, no, we are not playing as the princess from the other game. It's a spiritual sequel, which means there's some references to the first game, but it's not directly after. We have no concept of, like, how far in the future, or maybe the past, this takes place. We know that the character we're playing as is half Novan, Novan being, like, from the first game, and half Merkin, which is like the space race. Our father disappeared under mysterious circumstances, but it's not like the first game where we're immediately like guaranteed to make it to being the queen. We have to win an election to become the empress of space. And so right now we're going around to different places in the galaxy to like win votes from these electors who we need their approval to become the empress. And there's a lot of like intrigue about what's going on with our dad who disappeared mysteriously, and also like we have people running against us. It's really, really interesting. Like Deltarune after Undertale, yes. It's like a spiritual successor that ties in things from the first game. We see similar things in a different universe. Yes, although I'm not sure. There could be like some more tie-ins to the first game, because there's a lot of like, our mom died when we were young, but her portrait looks like Elodie a little bit. It's clearly not Elodie, but it looks like somebody from that line. So theoretically something happened between the first game and this game that caused like, I mean, we're in space now, we don't know why we're in space, but like the royal family is still kind of the royal family in some way, maybe, or maybe not. I'm 3 hours in, I don't know. Not just visiting. There was some discussion at the time about whether it would be good for the son's future to attend your boarding school and make connections in the Merkin system. You had to show him around and made some foolish comment about his eyes. It was a fifth ago. It doesn't matter, probably. Wait, I didn't read that. Oh no, I did. The son was called Wen, which was probably short for something, but you didn't read Bernecca's dossier before this event to check. After all, you're not strangers. You can't see Bernecca's son or husband nearby. Did they not attend tonight? Although she's not looking your direction, the tips of Bernecca's cat-like ears perk up as you draw near. She turns to face you. This lobster necklace is so cute. Well, well, well. Welcome and well met, Your Imperial Highness. I'm so happy to see you. What a lovely party. Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you again as well. How's your family? Your husband and your son, are they here tonight? Oh, my husband isn't with us anymore. Dead, I'm afraid. Oh, I'm very sorry. Oh, it's all right. You've been very busy lately with matters of your own. You haven't had time to keep up with recent news. My condolences to you and your son for your loss. Yes, it was a terrible tragedy. Very difficult times. Actually, you don't think she's very sad about it at all. Brunecca reaches up to adjust the pendant hanging around her neck, one sharp fingernail sending it swinging. Wait, it's moving. Those little legs, those pinching claws, that creature is alive. Someone has drilled holes through the arthropod shell to attach the rings of a golden chain. How long can it last like that? Of course, you have suffered your own loss so recently as well. You have my deepest sympathy for the death of your father. The Empire will never be the same without him. There's something odd in the way she looks at you when she says that. Sympathy? Perhaps. But it's more than that. It's the look of someone who thinks she knows your secrets. Which secrets those might be, you're not sure. Do you expect to have the opportunity to visit our home on Renock? I suppose that depends how the negotiations go. You don't really have the time for a beach getaway unless it's necessary to win a vote. Brunecca smiles at you expectantly. She's waiting for you to say something more. Someone help that crap, like, she's crazy. Save that crab. Ask about when. Has your son completed his schooling yet? Wendell has not yet graduated. He has been quite distracted in recent seasons and spending a great deal of time with his girlfriends. For some reason she doesn't like you showing interest in her son. You sense that her feelings towards you are leaning positive. Oh, that's pretty good. Part with Brunecca. And go in search of the other Elector from Renock. When you first encounter him, you think you're seeing double. Two handsome Merkin men dressed in matching floral silk shirts stand together, shoulder to shoulder, their heads bobbing in time to the music. One is the Elector you're seeking. I need to get back to the first game. I played for like 2 or 3 playthroughs and then forgot about it. The first game is still like one of my favorite games of all time. And I'm loving this game too. Like, something about the world building in these two games, like, it really tickles me. One is the Elector you're seeking. The other is his husband. They're certainly not identical. They're not even related, but they look similar enough that if you had only a description to go on, you could not tell which was which. Even their names are closely aligned, Radomir and Radomil. Perhaps that coincidence encouraged them to cultivate the resemblance. You wait expectantly until the Elector detaches from his companion and comes over to greet you. I do not like him. I do not like the way he looks. Your Imperial Highness, it's really amazing to have you here with us. It's like totally an honor. His eyes look odd. Has he taken some kind of chemical? It's my pleasure to be here and to meet you. Is this your first time, or have you been to the sector before, like in the flesh? I've never had the chance to visit. Oh wow, you know you've gotta come down and see the waves for yourself. We can be your guides and show you all the best games. You didn't come to the sector to play games, but you need his approval, so you smile non-committally. Have you ever played on a Starfall team? Starfall is popular in the Merkin system, but a very rough sport, even in the watered-down version played by students and amateurs. At professional levels, being struck by a falling star is quite often fatal. Your boarding school puts you all out on the field once or twice as part of your regular exercise routine, but with the star replaced by a puffball and so many rules that not even a nose was broken. Hardly an authentic experience. Still, some men enjoy the chance to explain sports to an inexperienced girl. True. Oh, let's act innocent. I mean, he's gay. He has his husband right there, but I guess we're gonna try. You widen your eyes a little. I've never really had the chance to play. I was always curious, but I don't know if I'd be any good at it. He's eating Luke nachos slightly. I guess, but there was one earlier who looked more like me. Our rival in the... My nose is so stuffed. Our rival in the game, his name is literally Lukomir. Literally Lukomir, and he's running to be the emperor. He looks a little bit more like me in my opinion. Well, we've got to get you out on the field. He grins at you. After a few more pleasantries, you send him back to his husband, remarking again on their oddly mirrored smiles. You sense that his feelings towards you are neutral. The last Elector, the one representing Kojim, takes some time to locate. Not only is she standing off in a corner, but she's facing away from the center of the room, her feathered wings shielding her face from view. You only pinpoint her at last when her companion heads back into the main body of the party, carrying their empty plates. Perhaps the Elector is shy, or her age and health makes her wary of crowds. Still, she does not look your way. You will have to announce yourself. Madam Elector. This is cute. She turns to face you, bringing with her a wave of a sweet scent, as if she had been baking pastries until the sugar infused her very pores. Her hair and clothing flutter and sparkle. No, it's not her hair. It's insects. Moonflies with glowing wings which crawl freely over her dress and extend their hollow tongues to taste her skin. They watched your stream? Who? Who did? Wait, what? I don't get the reference. What an unusual fashion statement. Oh, your Imperial Majesty. Majesty? That's not your correct title. That style of address is only for the Emperor and Empress. She declaring her allegiance, or is her mind wandering? You are even more beautiful than your pictures. Such perfection. She reaches her trembling hands towards your face. Mindful of her age and position, you hold still and allow her to gently stroke your cheeks. I remember when my own was so young. This close, the intense fragrance of sugar and vanilla almost makes you sneeze. Princess Zorana, my sympathies for your father's passing. I remember my own. She looks away and sighs, a deep huff that shivers the wings of her glowing passengers. For so long you wait and think that they might come back. When they visit your bed, you scold them for making you worry, but then you open your eyes and they are gone. You don't know exactly what she's talking about, but it seems that it's affected her more deeply than your father's loss has affected you. Thank you. You're very kind. Faster than you could have imagined, her mournful expression transforms into a crackling, wrinkled smile. Never too young to get started, are you, eh? Eh? We could be a family, you know. That's how she came. The union. Mother, a woman's voice calls from behind you. The companion you noticed earlier, apparently the Elector's daughter, returns, carrying a pair of glasses. Ah, my star. See how she shines. The woman steps protectively close to her mother, who pats her shoulder. I'm fine, my dear. The princess and I were just getting to know each other. Did you get the sparkling wine? Ah, what lovely bubbles. You've made your introduction. Perhaps now is the time to retreat. Please enjoy the reception. I'll speak to you again later. The Elector doesn't even seem to hear you now. The Elector doesn't even seem to hear you, now staring intently into the liquid of her drink. You sense that her feelings towards you are neutral. Oh, really? We let her touch our face. Let's have a dinner party. We'll stay put over here. I have an update on the colony evacuation process. Fleet ships have arrived in the colony sector where they have encountered a triad of Grib warships. The Grib claim they are present only to protect their own citizens during this crisis. Unfortunately, they are now claiming the infected colonists as their citizens, saying that they have defected. Any attempt by a military vessel to forcibly extract them may be counted as an act of war, which you currently lack the authority to command. A small number of colonists who remained free of the condition barricaded themselves away from the others and sent up signal flares begging for rescue. One large troop shuttle was able to make a run to the surface. Those who boarded were saved. No further signals are forthcoming. One shuttle's worth out of 5,000 colonists. Tell the fleet to get out before the situation gets worse. This whole mess was clearly a trap from the beginning. They did, space mind control on our people and stole them from us, but I don't really care. No shade. It is what it is. I think deception's important, but we'll do etiquette for now. Okay, why is there a 70 here? Oh, she's voting for Zorana. Oh, that was an accident. You arranged for a private conversation with Brunecca. I need the support of my electors. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Why be hasty? The election hasn't arrived yet. Anything could happen by then. I see no need to tie myself down to a position. Anything could happen. Can you think of anything that might happen which would make you want to give me your vote? Perhaps. You are familiar with Milan, Elector of Kedro? We've met, yes. She leans forward, a hungry smirk stretching across her face. I dislike him. The reasons don't matter. I want you to take a public position against him. Denounce him, cast him out, stamp him with the imperial seal of disapproval and ruin his day. Do that and I'll pledge you my vote. You're not entirely sure what sort of public position she's talking about or how to carry it out. I see. I hope to hear from you again soon. She clicks off the connection. You sense that her feelings towards you are leaning positive. So I guess we don't really need to do that, but maybe let me just charm and flatter her. It's a waste of effort, you know. You're simply not my type, not even for a midnight snack. And yet the idea makes her lick her lips. You sense that her feelings towards you are leaning positive. Okay, we got a little more, what's it called from that? A midnight snack, right? She's being odd. She's being a little odd. I don't really care about chouflis, so I'm just gonna talk to Eve instead. Actually, I should be looking at their lore. You dig into the background of Eve, Elector of Kochim. Eve has held this position for more cycles than you can properly comprehend and has watched many leaders come and go. In her youth, she was highly regarded as a hostess of exquisite manners and taste, fond of displaying her collections of flowers, living insects, and jewelry. Eve has never been outspoken in politics about anything other than the well-being of the Kochim colony, and was generally considered a spiritual woman and a voice of wisdom. Since the death of her wife 2 5ms past, she has become increasingly eccentric and withdrawn. She shares a home with her adult daughter, Star, who is unmarried, unattached, and appears to have no social life or interest outside of her supporting her mother. There are rumors that Eve is no longer mentally competent to perform her duties and that it is her daughter, her carer, who is truly in control. Other theories suggest that Star has been held under her mother's thumb so long, she has no will of her own. She's never officially been declared heir. The Elector does have another child, an adult son named Fire. He too has never married despite his rank and age. Unlike his sister, he travels more widely and is rarely in residence on Kochim. If the nobility decides that Eve is unable to maintain her position, she might be forced to stand down. It would be a scandal. However, if her thinking is that badly damaged, will she understand the risk and be able to make decisions? Interesting. What if I offer this maybe not mentally competent lady a cabinet position? No, I knew that was gonna happen. Where's the one named Luke? Oh, Lukemir. He's the rival of the game, so I don't know if I can show him. Can I hover over this? No, he's over here. He's in Merca 1, but I don't know where to find him. What about negotiate? Let's negotiate with her. Oh, that's very simple, my dear. I know exactly what I want from such a sweet flower. Grandchildren. I want beautiful babies in plush imperial cradles. Marry my son and you'll have my vote. Her son Fire? You've never met him. Is he even in this sector? He wasn't at the reception. Does your son agree to this? Fire is a good son. He just hasn't had a reason to settle down. He will understand our values. May I speak with him? Oh, he's probably busy somewhere. Which sector? Was it the sandstorm or the forest? He does love to travel. I'm sure he left me a message somewhere. That certainly doesn't sound like she's discussed the subject with him. Fire is an adult, isn't he? He has the right to make his own decisions. I can't make promises to him without him being here to accept them. But you agree that if he is willing, you will marry him in exchange for my vote. She's eager for this match. That isn't surprising. It's a priceless opportunity for her family. Many noble couples are engaged without ever having met. That's politics. On the other hand, it's also your life and a permanent commitment. You don't even know what her son looks like. Are you willing to pledge yourself so blindly? Madam Elector, you and I are both obligated to make choices for the greater good of ourselves, our families, and our empire. In our positions, personal feelings must sometimes be set aside. However, your son has until now enjoyed the privilege of living free of such expectations. Eve said he hadn't had a reason to settle down, which probably means that he's enjoying himself with casual affairs or a harem rather than looking for a wife. He's certainly not deeply involved in local politics, or he would have been present at the reception. I believe it would be better for both of us to not feel compelled to agree to a permanent commitment before we've even spoken to each other. Tell him it is a possibility if both he and I agree. Give us a chance to reach that decision together. She listens to your calm, sensible words and then cackles with laughter. Yes, he'll be very lucky, but perhaps it's better to let him see that. Make him chase you a bit. wasn't quite what you were trying to say, but at least it's amused her rather than offending her. I will speak to my son and have him contact you soon. Thank you. She closes the connection. Leaning negative? She just pledged her votes to Lukamir. Can we see him here? We can't see him. But you see this. Votes pledged to Lukamir versus votes pledged to Zorana. He has more. He's eating us the fuck up. Like, it's bad for us. You have an incoming message request from Fire, son of Eve, Elector of Kochim, your prospective consort. He's eager to talk to you as soon as possible. That's a good sign. Good evening, your Imperial Highness. I hope I'm not interrupting. Fire lives up to his name, a colorful and vibrant man, old enough to be your father, but still energetic. He does not greatly resemble his mother, nor does he look like the type who would prefer Kochim over Renok. Not at all. I'm very pleased to speak with you. It's alright, I've never been to a match meet before either. Really? He's never been involved in any sort of marriage arrangements at all? At his age? Or is he just saying that to try and sound more relatable to you, young and inexperienced as you are? It feels like the truth. Even if his mothers had no interest in making arrangements for their children when they were young, someone of his age and social class must have had offers and opportunities. To avoid them all completely and never even go as far as a match meet would suggest that Fire was totally opposed to marriage for some reason. And yet here he is. He's trying to be polite. Questioning his motives would be rude. I don't like him. I don't want to marry him, just visually. But let's see. You've never considered marrying before? Why not? Well. He runs a hand through his hair and laughs. Marriage is about cementing ties between families, building alliances. Mother's the head of the family, and she's never named an official heir. She has all the status and the power. I've never pursued marriage because Mother has never approved of any possible wife. He's misdirecting you. That's not the true reason. But she does approve of me. Of course, what mother wouldn't? But we're not here to discuss my mother's opinion. We're here to get to know each other a little better. I suppose I should begin by telling you a little about myself. I spent most of my childhood in a boarding school in Andro. Very strict, very traditional. I didn't love the school, but I did love the planet. I still have a summer home there. My school was on Kedro. You wouldn't have attended my old school anyway. It was a very traditional male-only academy. I enjoy hunting, nature walks, and skywatching. I keep a pet gazehound named Salubi. I broke several bones as a child, but I've otherwise enjoyed good health. What else would you like to know? What do you want to know? You don't have time to develop a relationship. You need to make up your minds quickly about whether you're willing to marry him or not. We have to ask about his prospects. He looks like an Equestria Girls character or something, right? Like, he's a little Genshin boy. If we go through with an arranged marriage, what do you expect from me? What do you intend to do yourself? As a consort, I expect my role would mostly be to stand behind you looking handsome and supportive if I can manage it. And other than that, to stay out of trouble and avoid negative attention. I do not have a lot of political interests. I don't intend to advise you or make demands of the Empire, although I can't promise Mother won't have ideas. I'd like to have a child as soon as possible. I know you'll be very busy getting to grips with Imperial management, so I would take the primary caring role. I'm not picky about boy or girl, but eventually I'd like to have both. Heirs are a responsibility you're expected to uphold. We're different ages and we have different social circles. I don't want to interfere with you and your friends, and I don't want to bore you with mine. We can keep separate. As for lovers, as long as we're both discreet and keep things respectable, we don't need to worry about what the other's doing in private. Which means he absolutely has a partner, or even a harem that he doesn't want to talk to you about. In general, I look forward to enjoying a quiet life on the Imperial properties. It all sounds incredibly sensible and thought out, like a business plan. Of course, he probably practiced the speech before calling you. Can't talk all night. You do have other responsibilities to tend to. For the moment, you need to make your decision. Will you marry Fire in exchange for Eve's vote? No. Thank you for making the time to speak with me, but I don't think we're a good match. He takes so long to reply that you wonder if something's gone wrong with the connection. I see. Don't worry. I'm not mad at you. All of this is a lot to deal with at your age, isn't it? I don't blame you. Mother might not take it so well, though. Good night to you and good luck. He closes the connection and you wonder if you misjudged him. Too late to take it back. Okay. Let's go dancing. On turn 27, the Heavenly Palace will be hosting a performance of Heart of Ice by the Asgaldian State Opera Company. Opera? Emperor Dragosin was quite the aficionado. This gala performance has been planning for half of Fiven. He never talked to you about music. He never talked to you about much of anything. Because this work was one of his favorites, many palace members will treat it as an unofficial memorial. You'll have the opportunity to give a speech. Don't have much time to prepare. What? Where's excitement? Excitement doesn't do anything for us, really. We'll do empathy. We'll do economics. You've completed Grandmaster level empathy, yay! Okay, wait. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick, be right back. Okay, hey. I was like, is there no music playing? Should have been playing, but I think it just looped. She hates us now. Music is so good, it reminds me of Omori, right? Even in Long Live the Queen, the music is so good, and she literally bought the music in like a sample pack or something for Long Live the Queen. I think she had somebody actually work on the music for this game, but in Long Live the Queen, it was just some random music she found on some site. I don't know why it names that plum, but investigate background. You dig into the backgrounds of Randomil, Elector of Renok. Randomil and his husband Radomir, had been married for 5 imms, but as of yet have no children. Neither maintain an official harem. They appear to be content with each other's company. Because of their similar names and appearances, there are wild rumors that Radomir is Radomil's clone, born from stolen genes and raised in secret in a plan to murder and replace him. This is not at all plausible. Radomir had a normal childhood, and the premarital genetic testing would have revealed any such deception. Both men are avid supporters of tourism and sports on Renok. They sponsor teams in multiple disciplines including wave surfing, sandpot, and starfall, and routinely take part in hobby matches. Their business holdings include a chain of prestigious beachside resorts and amusement parks. Records indicate an unusually high rate of serious accidents suffered by patrons of those businesses. However, they've all signed waivers stating that they are thrill seekers who know the risks, so there's no criminal liability. It might be possible to make a minor scandal out of any of these accidents, or at least to draw up bad publicity. Pledge? I mean, the election isn't happening yet, is it? Presume that's a rhetorical question. I mean, that's when we're supposed to make the decision, right? I don't see why I would have to decide now. Well, right now I'm here and I'm talking to you personally, so if there's something you want, something that would make a difference in your decision, now's the time to ask for it. But you're not the Empress. You don't have the power, so what can you offer? You're a fan of sports, aren't you? What if I get season tickets for your local Starfall team and go to a match with you? An Imperial Princess in your box supporting your side against your rival capital city could be to your benefit. Yeah, maybe we could do something with sports, but not just watching. If you want me to promise you my support in the election, I want you to impress me. Are you a fierce enough woman to face down the Imperial Comitia? You never know someone until you see how they struggle when their life is on the line. You want me to give a speech to the Comitia? Does that mean he's counting to bait us a sport? No, I want to see you fight for your life. A blood match. No weapons, no holds barred, no surrender. Kill or be killed. It's always this shit. It's always like, can you try to die? Or if you'd prefer a different sort of challenge to bring out your strength, there's a kind of obstacle course set up near Lightning Park. It's one of the amusement parks he owns, the one with the suspiciously high accident rates. It's just as dangerous. Even an expert can lose her grip on a rock. A long fall, sudden stop, doesn't end well. Don't go in if you're afraid to die. But if you survive, you'll know you've earned it. Whatever he sees in your face after that, it makes him laugh. Like, you know, nobody's forcing you. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. But if you don't have the fire in your blood, then I can't promise you my vote. There's something unsavory about the way he sets your blood, like he's looking forward to seeing it spilled. If you pursue this, you may well lose your life, but you can't say he didn't warn you. His feelings are negative, as they always are. Nobody ever fucking likes me in this game. I'm gonna just charm and flatter him. You got a great face, you know. Those bones, they give you mega shapes. Mega shapes? What sort of sun-fired nonsense is that? Hey, do you work out? Work out? That's a somewhat low-class way of putting it, not to mention a tactless question. I follow a regular routine to keep my body flexible and healthy. You could do more to build your strength, though. Just a thought. Is he calling you lazy? Is he calling you weak? That's ridiculous. How dare this backwater rube presume to criticize you with all that you're going through? What has he done to earn his position? Is he even literate? Gathering your imperial dignity, you stare him down with the full force of your disdain. Oddly, he smiles. You sense that his feelings towards you are neutral. Okay. I mean, I might as well charm and flatter him over and over again. Nope, I can't. She hates me. Understandable. I was plotting on her son. Karanti has been the head of Imperial Security for over a 5M. This is about the average length that most people last in the position. While it is one of the best paying jobs in government, designed to make the Thresher unbribable, it's a position constantly under pressure from both above and below. Any intelligence failure or lack of trust may lead to the Emperor ordering a Thresher to offer their life an apology for their mistakes. Lower ranked intelligence agents may be looking for a place to stick a knife in order to earn a promotion. Karunti has excelled at both the intellectual and physical aspects of intelligence work. She views knowledge as power and always knows more than she shares. She's also a deadly knife fighter and personally dispatched her predecessor to take his place. She's unmarried and has no known long-term lovers or even close friends, viewing any such connection as a potential security risk. She's not in regular contact with her family, though she does maintain a protective watch on her parents and siblings. The Thresher is proud of her accomplishments and shows no sign of wanting to retire. Okay, cute. Will you be finishing this in one sitting or is it longer? I honestly have no idea how long it is. I might finish it, but I don't know how long it is. In Long Live the Queen, it was like around 30, no, it was around like 40 turns, and we're on turn 26 of this one. This one does seem like, just like turn-wise, it's going to be longer because you have to go through all of space. Heart of Ice. It's an epic tragedy telling the tale of two lovers, a Merkin woman and a Miro man. They wish to marry, but a jealous Mao witch comes between them. She sacrifices all of her power to banish the woman into the spirit realm for as long as the man's heart remembers her. You don't really care about all the plot details, but by the end everyone has died of despair and been frozen for all eternity. Operas are like that. Do you wish to make a speech before the performance? Yeah, we'll praise our father. Emperor Dragaston was a great patron of the arts and one who was deeply committed to honoring the culture and creations of the Celestial Empire. He was not simply a leader, he was a man of vision. He embodied the values of all who had come before him and had carried the weight up forward. He chose to build and to uplift, and what better way than through art? This opera, Heart of Ice, was a particular favorite of his. I regret greatly that he's not here to appreciate this performance, and yet he is still here, through us. Please enjoy. You sit down to the sounds of polite approval. The performance is lavish, the musician's skilled, but it does go on for quite a long time. You're careful to keep your back straight and maintain an expression of interest, regardless of how you actually feel. After this, you'll have the Jubilee to prepare for on turn 28. Jubilee? The fuck does that mean? I'm gonna do Deception and... No, let's just do both. I just looked this up on Steam and it says it's not out yet. Yes, I forgot to mention that. I mean, I think I mentioned it at the beginning, but this is an early access game, and the only reason I'm, like, playing it right now is because I backed it on Kickstarter, and so it's like, this is not a final copy of the game, but it's coming soon. It's, like, close to finished. They have a few things to add. I just wish I could, like, not change my mood. Because if I do this, it changes my mood and it really fucks me up, but it's fine. Ooh. While Jubilee festivities are being held all across the Celestial Empire, you were personally obligated to host a celebration here at the Heavenly Palace and entertain a selection of dignitaries. As the representative of the Emperor's legacy, you're required to make a speech, but first you must acknowledge your guests by welcoming delegations from the 4 primary imperial races, and that means you have to choose what order to acknowledge them in, which is absolutely guaranteed to please some and enrage others. Which group do you welcome first? Merkins. Which group do you welcome second? The Tharkins. Which group do you welcome third? The Mao. Which group do you welcome last? The Heru. Once everyone is assembled, you receive your cue to speak a few words. I would like to thank everyone throughout the Empire, our communities, friends, and neighbors for coming together to celebrate this Jubilee. We're in a time of transition, and we all share sorrows, but we still have much to be thankful for. We do not forget the past, but we maintain our sense of hope and optimism for the future. We who stand in this room are only pieces of a much greater whole. Each of us are representatives of faiths, of organizations, of cultures, of sciences, and arts. It is through our different contributions together that we create the foundations for the Celestial Empire, a great masterwork which is admired throughout the galaxy. Please, everyone, step forward and enjoy. The music swells and guests begin to circulate. Everything's going smoothly. However, as the hours play on, your energy flags. You have so many other things that you need to be thinking about. Keeping a smile on your face is becoming exhausting. While it's all part and parcel of being a princess, it's hardly the first time you've had to dance all day. Your feet will have to recover later. That was cute. Arts. We have a boost to arts. Let's do arts. Or should I do economics? We'll do arts. I'm gonna do this because I think social we did everything we really can do in social. To Tharkus we go. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. The committee requests your opinion on a legal matter. Alright, what's the situation? A rogue geneticist has been discovered. This is not his. I changed his voice like 20 times. A rogue geneticist has been discovered attempting to raise a crop of his own clones. 7 children, all identical copies of themselves and their progenitor. Clone children by law must be created with a certain amount of external genes to ensure variation. It's partly for reasons of public health and diversity, and partly because of the thorny identity issues when a person is created to be a replica of another. It's not illegal to be a clone, of course. That would have unfortunate implications for naturally occurring identical twins. The crime is in deliberately creating children this way. The geneticist has been arrested and will not be allowed to retain custody of the children. The Empire will assume responsibility and see that they are assigned new guardians. The question, therefore, is, should they be brought up together or separately? Are they all the same age? No, the eldest was created alone, the others in batches of 3. The youngest batch are still in their first 5, but the other 4 are old enough for schooling. 7 young children. That's quite a lot to expect any family to take on all at once. The only way to keep them together might be in an institution. With their parent god, the children are their only family. Would keeping them together be a kindness, or would it only serve the mad scientist's ends? I don't know. This is so, crazy. It's like science fiction nightmare. You're allowed to create clone children, and they're all exactly the same. Are they each other's family? I don't even know. We'll separate them. They can't stay together, or they'll always be remembered as those illegal clones. The best way to give them a fresh start is to separate them completely and scatter them across the Empire. New names, no contact with each other. Let them forget their past and whatever their creator had planned for them. I will inform the committee of your opinion. I've received word from the High Pontifex. She is seeking guidance from the gods to determine the most auspicious date for the formal election process. There should be an announcement soon. The election. It's been hanging over your head for so long now, but it was always a goal for the future. If the High Pontifex declares that the election should happen right now, could you possibly win it? Are you prepared? You don't know what's going to happen yet, but it's clear that you're running out of time. Really? Really? I thought, oh my god, I thought I had so much more time than that. Wow. Wow. I don't even know what to say to that. That's actually, I'm gagged. Tharkis Prime, the still beating heart of a culture far older than the Merkin Empire, a world that died and yet was reborn from its own dust. The first great global Tharkin civilization reached for the stars and almost achieved them, but their hunger for glory outstripped their planet's resources. Their thirst for technology drained the seas and burned the skies. As the planet's heat grew, so did wars and plagues, but it was famine that finally decimated the population. What remained of the Tharkin race descended into barbarism, scrabbling for survival among the ruins. It took many hundreds of their cycles for rebuilding to begin. The second Tharkin civilization is slow, cautious, a careful shepherd of its resources, and excessively proud of its accomplishments. That self-importance creates difficulties with the reception arrangements. As you are not yet Empress, the Tharkin elite refuse to flock to the palace on your commands, not without treasons of notice and preparation that you have no time for. The Tharkin government is willing to host you as a guest planetside, but you're not willing to look like a petitioner, nor to cede the advantage of familiar terrain. At least in the Heavenly Palace you have some idea what dangers you face. As a compromise, the 3 electors of Tharkis Prime have come in person to make themselves known to you, but without entourages. There will be no entertainment, no formal meal, no crowd, and nowhere to hide. Your guests are waiting for you in a small parlor, standing in a semicircle. All eyes are on you as you enter. 2 of these people have already, declared their allegiance to Luke. What's his name? Luke Graham? Luke. Whatever the other guy's name is. Your attendant announces their names. Oberod, an adult male Thero standing proud in a gold-trimmed uniform. Wretched, an elderly Tharkin man with a short and round figure. And Ozara, a no-nonsense-looking woman with Theron scales and wings. You place your palms together, then spread your arms wide and straight in a traditional Tharkin gesture of peaceful welcome. The electors briefly bow their heads to you in reply. You would like to speak to them each individually, but it's awkward. You'd have to pick one to address first, and the others would be right there watching and listening. They might feel slighted. I'm the daughter of the great Emperor Dragosin, who has departed this life. I'm the heir to his holdings, titles, and responsibilities. The position of Emperor, however, is too important to hinge solely on the matter of birth. The Emperor is the Empire, focused into one body, and requires the support of the Empire. As my father's heir, I'm the most obvious candidate to assume the throne, and my accession will ensure continuity and stability within the government. I'm traveling throughout the Empire, making myself known to all electors, so that you may judge for yourselves my fitness to assume the position. I will speak with each of you privately later, but for now, do you have any questions? Now you've turned the spotlight back onto them. Any point they raise in their own favor will be heard by the others. The woman's wings twitch. Why did it take you so long to visit Darkest Prime? Are we not considered important to you? She kind of gagged us, I don't know. I wanted to go to the Haru Lands, but now I realize I should not have gone to the Haru Lands because it was all a fucking wash. They hated me over there. It is because of the importance of Darkest Prime that I did not visit the sector first. Less pivotal locations could be wrapped up more quickly. Here I did not wish to rush. That might even be the truth, but what matters is whether you can make them believe it and consider it in a positive light. Hopefully you have. Oberod puffs up his chest, the medals on his uniform glinting. Tell me, what is your experience with the military? Have you served a tour of duty? Surely he knows that you haven't. You're too young for official service. Is this meant to be a trick question or simply an embarrassment? Your brother joined the fleet and that didn't end well. It's over. What's my stats at? How do I can't see that from here? Whatever. I am of course too young for military service as of yet, and my duties to the Empire may not allow that freedom in the future. Of course I understand the importance of the military to the safety of the Celestial Empire. That is why I rely on experts, such as the Star Admiral, to advise me. Oberod looks unimpressed. Wretch clears his throat, then presses his hands flat to his sides. We know very little about you as an individual. If I might ask, are there any forms of music you find particularly enjoyable? Yikes. You've never really given much thoughts to music beyond the latest pop sensations on Kedro. Somehow you don't think the lectors will be impressed by the singers your old schoolmates thought were to die for. You've heard of a few famous composers from Merkin history, of course. Would that do? I'm very fond of the Durson School of Black Macam. The emotions are so intense. After a good performance, everyone in the audience is weeping. Perhaps he's too dry to appreciate solid Merkin music. And now perhaps some refreshments? We got ate the fuck up. They're not voting for us over here either. At your signal, servants enter bearing trays of light beverages and exquisite cheese. The small talk must continue, but the pressure will now be less. You need some time to think before you can decide how they feel about you. This. Yes, food time, right? I'm not getting fucking raked over the coals anymore. Her All Holiness Ethixe, High Pontifex of the Twin Worlds, has made her not his voice. The Electoral Conclave will convene on turn 35 to begin the formal process of election. The Heavenly Palace will begin station keeping on turn 33 and remain in position so that the electors can travel to its location. After turn 32, the navigation features will no longer be available and the palace will remain in its current sector until the election is completed. You will still be able to take social actions, but only within that sector. When the conclave has assembled, each candidate will make one final appeal and then the voting will begin. At least 17 electors. Electors may abstain from voting if they are unconvinced. If no candidate has secured sufficient support after 2 votes, there will be a recess for a day to continue negotiations. If no candidate is victorious after 3 days, the conclave will be dissolved and a new election cycle will begin. Theoretically, that would mean that you would have more time to travel and build support. Practically, though, a failed candidate will lose credibility. If you don't win now, you probably never will. There's not much time left. You need to decide where to station the Heavenly Palace and make your final push for social position. Ugh, it's just so bad. It's just so bad for me. She's mad. She hates us. And everybody else is voting for Lukamir. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, she doesn't even want to talk. Like, what? So then there's no point. Like, oh my god. It was a waste even coming here then. Oh my god. None of them want to speak to me. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry for whatever I've done. I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. Sorry, the seat's taken. Sorry, the seat's taken. Okay, let's go to Tharkus 2. Hello, Kazinia. It's Zorana. I heard about the date for the election being finalized. Are you excited? I wouldn't say excited. Worried, maybe, but I'll do my best. Of course you will. You're the princess. This is your destiny. Do you think you'll be too busy to visit once you're empress? I'm probably a lot busier right now with studying and campaigning than I will be after the election. If I'm empress, I can make time for whatever I want. Every eligible suitor in the Empire is going to be parading past you hoping to make an alliance, you know? Not just the Empire, the whole galaxy. Marriage is a partnership, not a romance, especially in politics. It's better to pick someone you get along with, someone you can trust. If I have to marry, I'd rather marry good friends. Not me. What? I wouldn't marry a friends. I want it all. Passion, destiny, torment, battered by the waves of forbidden desire and driven beyond all reason. I'd rather have my love burn so hot it destroys us both than be anyone's safe option. You really wonder about her sometimes. In any case, it doesn't seem likely that she'd ever consider marrying you. Perhaps that's for the best. That's sad. I liked her. If there was a way, she would be my pick. It's too deception. The primary function of the inner system planets has always been to supply resources to the homeworlds. After the rise and fall of the first great Tharkan civilization stripped it nearly bare, both worlds are far wetter than Tharkus Prime and contain great mineral wealth. Ooh, it's wet as hell. The first planet, Chakagola, is a boiling sea above a volcanic core which spits out hot metal bombs and rare alloys. The atmosphere is thick and stormy, and the primary point of habitation is the far calmer moon. The second planet, Gakthon, resembles a vast swampland with a wide variety of plant and animal life. Since Gakthon has no moon, the tides are weak, but water is never far away. These worlds are of immense strategic importance, but will never have the same prestige, the same sense of history and epic struggle. The elite are wealthy and powerful, but always fix their gazes on the true nobility elsewhere. Strict observance of manners and old-fashioned protocol is likely to impress the local electors. As the most important person in attendance, you wait for the festivities to be in full swing before making your grand entrance. Once all eyes are upon you, you speak words of welcome, then grant them permission to return to their own conversations. You are not yet empress enough to command the whole assembly into silence for hours. You sweep your gaze over the assembled guests, picking the electors out of the crowd. Oledko, elector of Chakagola, is easy enough to identify. A man of mature age, he's unusually tall, even for a Thero. His frame does not look at all muscular, but he's almost certainly far stronger than you. Oledko is unmarried, though a much younger male appears to be attending with him. That might be his son, but he looks purely Tharkan. More likely he's a new companion, or even a recent addition to the elector's harem. The other elector, Lorcus, is a well-dressed middle-aged Tharkan woman with a glass of blue wine in her hands. She's married, but her husband is not with her. He appears to be on the far side of the room, enjoying himself in the company of other women. Noticing your attention, she immediately makes her way over to you. Greetings and welcome, Your Imperial Highness. It has been a long time. Have you met her before? You don't remember her at all. Of course, everyone in the Empire knows who you are, and until recently you were more interested in remembering your friends' schedules than in remembering the face of every politician in the Empire. I don't know you. Ask about the details. I'm sorry, but when did we meet before? It was at the ceremony of remembrance for the Empress. Oh, of course. It was a difficult time for you. I'm sure you don't remember me. You haven't wanted to remember much of anything about that time. You were a child, confused by the loss of a mostly absent parent and angry at the way strangers wanted to fawn over you. And now here you are living it all over again, older but even more alone. My condolences on your father's passing. He was truly a great man. It hurts to hear your father praised, considering what he's done to your life. He may have been a great man, but he was not a great father. We scarcely even met. He was a stranger to me. Did he not train you as his heir? You don't want to remind anyone of how unprepared you were for this. You must step smoothly so that you don't look defensive. Oh, he directed my education, of course. I've had the finest tutors, attended the best academies, all perfectly well organized. He was always very busy tending to the needs of the Empire, so he placed me in the hands of experts. But in the process, we lost that personal connection. It's something that I hope I can improve upon when the day comes for me to raise my own children. Very wise of you. Ah, I see Aletko hovering nearby. I'd better stop monopolizing your attention before he feels the need to plot his revenge. The two electors must engage in a certain amount of competition for prestige. I look forward to speaking with you again in the future. She bows to you in retreat, politely stepping away to avoid turning her back on you. You sense that her feelings towards you are neutral, 60% approval. Ooh, he's tall. The Elector of Chakagola is swift to step into your circle of attention once his semi-rival is withdrawn. A bit too close, you need to crane your neck up to look him in the eye. He is infernally tall. You summon up your haughtiest sneer and glare at him until he lowers himself to a more respectful level. His shaggy green face looks pinched in, as if he's bitten into something unpleasant. Perhaps it's a sign of age, for his low rumbling voice sounds polite enough. You honor the Tharkin system with your presence, your Imperial Highness. It's my pleasure to be here. The younger man who was with Aletko earlier is no longer in evidence. He didn't bring his companion over to be introduced. Does that mean something? Truly, it was a day of great sorrow when your father left us. There's a hint of disapproval in that statement. A sad day because it meant you would inherit? What would he know? He's never even met you before, and you doubt he was any sort of confidant of your father's. Or was he? I'm saving before all these choices as if I'm ever going to go back to these choices. Did you know him well? Were you particularly close to my father then? He pauses. I cannot claim that privilege. I'm only a humble servant of the Imperial Comitia. Indeed. Who does this pompous green giant think he is anyway? Humble he most certainly is not. I look forward to speaking with you again later. The tall male recognizes his dismissal and withdraws. You sense that his feelings towards you are leaning negative. You take a deep breath, restoring your calm. There are still hours of social interaction left ahead of you. As you turn in search of other dignitaries, you briefly meet the gaze of the young Tharkin man who stands once again by Aletko's side. He shoots you a friendly grin and tilts his head, encouraging you to come closer. You quickly turn away. That is a complication you do not need. Instead, you move on to the Primacer of Gakthon, a notorious bore. This may be a long evening. Radomir has pledged his vote to Lukomir. Fuck. We're getting tore the fuck up. You receive a message from Vasily, sending you his best wishes and encouragement for the upcoming election, as well as his hope to see you soon. He probably will, whichever way fortune slices. If you win, of course you'll invite your friends to the coronation. If you lose, well, you might need some friendly support. You wonder what Vasily would have done if he'd found himself in your situation, with unexpected responsibility suddenly dropped into his lap. Would he have charmed his way to victory, or stepped back and let the other potential heirs fight for the prize? It sounds so much easier when you put it like that. You, however, have studying to do. I might as well just max these, if everything else is going to be an issue. You arrange for a private conversation with Aletko where you can broach the possibility of a political alliance through marriage. I would not marry you for all the wealth in the Empire. Oh my god. He fucking hates us. What about negotiate? I hate you. I actually hate you. Okay. Fine by me. It is quite a large decision for me to make, Your Imperial Highness. I don't want to commit myself too early, not before I'm certain of what is best for the Celestial Empire, and for Tharkis. Is there anything I can do that would help you reach that conclusion? Perhaps. Have you ever watched Rakshar wrestling? Ah, Rakshar are those giant lizards, right? I've heard of them, but I haven't seen them. My husband manages a stable training Rakshar, both for competition and for domestic security. They are even more vicious with intruders than with each other. However, the creatures do not breed well in captivity. Some vital spark appears to be lost in the process. For the best results, new Rakshar must be occasionally captured from the wilds. She pauses there, watching your reaction. You want me to wade out into the swamps of Gakthon and wrangle a giant lizard. It would gain you my husband's personal gratitude. It would win the affection and support of the common citizens of Gakthon, who admire the sport as a pillar of our culture. You asked what you could do to win my vote. I've made a suggestion. It is up to you to choose what to do about it. Tell another sunrise, Your Highness. I'm not doing that shit. Like, you're always doing some bullshit. Like, I'm not doing that. Lorcas watches you with a fond smile. You reminds me of what it was like to be young and in such a terrible hurry to grow up. You're a beautiful girl, you know. Don't waste that. Talking to you isn't a waste. Flatter her. You sense that her feelings towards you are leaning positive. Okay, period. We got a little bit of something. Why is Breneka? What? Breneka was one of my votes. Oh my god, no way. Breneka, what? Let's just go down there. Let's just go down there and meet whoever is left. Entering Tharkis 3. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. We've reached our stable destination and broadcast our position to all electors so that they may arrange transport to the Heavenly Palace for the upcoming election. The distance is shorter for some than others. I look forward to seeing them. Is that all? No, the committee requests your opinion on a matter of commerce, a border station near Tharkin space. One that facilitates trade with both the Chukuk and the Novans has requested a consultation on the subject of processing fees. They wish to be able to scale the fees for clearing goods based on how many warp gates the goods have traveled through before reaching the border. Each jump between origin point and destination adds increased risk of tampering, smuggling, and theft, therefore requiring extra security. Fees based on travel distance would mean a competitive advantage to Tharkin-produced goods, at least through this border. There are already natural cost increases in fuel and haulage for goods that could travel longer distances. Adding artificial barriers could change shipping patterns. If those shipments require more work to process, then the fees should be higher. That's only fair. This is the pro with Tharkin thing? Competitive advantage to Tharkin-produced goods. Yeah, let's do it. During the decline and fall of the first global Tharkin civilizations, Fargus would have represented a paradise, a world containing all the water that had once filled the parched canals. The entire surviving population might have fled there had it been possible. Even now, legends persist that some early cosmonauts might have managed the journey and escaped to a happier life. However, no relics from that time period have ever been discovered in the watery depths. In modern times, Fargus is a well-established community of floating cities and undersea habitats. Its 3 small moons contain research stations, communications relays, and other technological outgrowths, but they're considered part of the greater whole. Sparkus has the reputation of being younger and more progressive than the rest of the Tharkin system. Much of the visiting delegation appears to have dressed more for a nightclub than an imperial reception, and the Elector herself is only slightly older than you. Zorana, hello! So lovely to see you and lovely to be seen. She spins about, showing off colors which to your eyes seem painfully bright. Welcome to Svargus, your Imperial Highness. Of course, I'm sorry about your father, but we're very happy to have you. You must be so bored from the long travel and all those arrangements. I hope you don't mind, but I've brought along a range of dance partners for you. Have anyone you like, have all of them. Her manner is extremely informal, but doesn't seem malicious. Accepting her offer will demonstrate your mutual friendship. I would love to dance. Come on, let me introduce you to the boys. Do you like boys? Johan will make you feel like a diamond. Oh, and I brought some music crystals, if you can give me access to your sound system. In moments, the sedate atmosphere of your reception chamber is transformed into a pulsing, strobing soundscape. Your elderly, refined attendants look on in shock. You're not a great dancer, but you can twist your body into some interesting shapes which get attention. You dance for hours with all of Sola's friends, as well as the Elector herself. Her husband, whom she eventually remembers to introduce, prefers watching to dancing. You sense that her feelings towards you are leaning positive. You go to the cabinet room to gaze upon the portraits. Oh yeah, that's just what it was. Not long now, already electors and their retinues are beginning to arrive in the Heavenly Palace. The halls are filled with strangers. Soon your fate will be in their hands. What would your parents say if they could see you now? That I fucked everything up. My first time playing this game is gonna be a loss. But that's okay. I didn't know what I was getting into, really. Let's just study some econ, just for the sake of it. The increased population of the Heavenly Palace requires you to take more precautions in your everyday life. You don't yet have your own shadow, of course, but you do need to be accompanied by at least one guard whenever you're in a public space. Right now you're just trying to stretch your legs a bit and clear your head, but even going on a little walk through the palace hallways keeps bringing you past stranger after stranger. It's your sense of propriety that causes you to take note of the young Thera woman lingering in the hall ahead. She doesn't look lost or out of place, nothing that would draw anyone's attention or desire to help. She looks bored, like she's waiting, with diminishing patience for a missing friend to appear. The problem is, it's a very strange place to wait for a friend, especially at this time of day. The nearest quarters belong to people who are working the shift and won't be back for hours. Something's not right. Let's approach her. Curious, you move closer. As you near the woman, she suddenly springs into action, her fist driving straight towards your midsection. You don't even have the chance to scream before the knife pierces your stomach and rips upwards, and then you feel nothing. We died! We died! I kind of figured something like, I feel like we're probably gonna die anyways. You're not sure what's going on, but in the name of caution, you signal to the guard that you want to change direction and return to your room. You can't afford to take risks when you're so close to the climax. I really can't. Okay, she likes me. You pace back and forth in your room, muttering under your breath as you practice your speech. You can't back down now. You've come too far. You have to see it through. Either you'll be Empress, or you don't really know what will happen. Concentrate. You can do it. You will do it. I don't know if I will. The appointed hour has arrived. The conclave of electors has assembled. It's time for you to make your final appeal. Representatives from across the Celestial Empire look on as you make your entrance. Your allies, your enemies, and perhaps even your would-be murderers are all gathered in this place to decide the course of the future. As the designated heir, you have the privilege of speaking first. All others must follow in your wake. You make your way to the central table, raise your head high, and speak the ritual words of candidacy. I, Zorana, daughter of Dragaston and Melania, Imperial Princess of the Celestial Empire, do hereby affirm my identity and my eligibility to assume the Imperial throne. I submit myself for judgment, and will abide by the decisions of this conclave. Si ves de mi, moxaizani. It's an old phrase dating back before Merkins even left the Twin Worlds. Roughly translated, it means that all people are bound together like planets, but it sounds more impressive in the ancient tongue. It's too late for lengthy speeches. Most of the electors will have already made up their minds. This is only to tip the balance for those last few undecided votes. Why should they support you? How will your personal charm sway the voters? What you say doesn't... I'm beautiful and sympathetic. What you say doesn't matter. It's all about how you say it. You are a lovely young princess and also a tragic orphan. People should want to support you. Your clothing and makeup are carefully chosen. Your every word delivered in dulcet tones to evoke maximum sympathy. My father's final wishes were that I served the Empire as he did. Your lashes tremble beautifully. That's it. That's all you have time to say. The next candidate approaches. I, Lucamere, son of Vortiz and Pfeffeli, Elector of Kedro, do hereby affirm my identity and my eligibility to assume the imperial throne. I submit myself for judgment and will abide by the decisions of this conclave. Sive de mi moxaizani. You all know me and my acts. We've served together for 5 Ims. You know what I will bring to the throne. I see no need to make any final appeal. Of course he has to remind them that he has experience. With the introduction of candidates complete, you must now wait for the votes to be cast and collected. I have the results. Sector Merca 1, 3 for Zorana, 4 for Lucamere. Sector Merca 2, 1 for Lucamere. Sector Mao, 1 for Zorana, 2 for Lucamere. Sector Drog, 1 for Zorana, 1 for Lucamere. Sector Tharkis 1, 2 for Lucamere, 1 abstention. Sector Tharkis 2, 2 for Zorana. Sector Tharkis 3, 1 for Zorana. Sector Heru 1 for... Oh no, start the steal. No, right, it's cooked. 1 for Lucamere, 1 abstention. Sector Heru 2, 2 for Lucamere, 1 abstention. Sector Heru 3, 2 for Lucamere, 1 abstention. Sector Heru 4, 3 for Zorana. The total votes are 11 for Zorana, 15 for Lucamere. No candidate has yet reached the 17 vote threshold for victory. There will now be a discussion period for 1 hour in which the electors may advocate for their preferred leaders. Candidates, please leave the chamber. You've already had your last chance to speak. It's out of your hands at this point. All you can do is pace and wait. After an agonizing wait, you're ushered back into the conclave chamber. Sector Merca 1, 3 for Zorana, 1 for Lucamere, 1 for Zorana, 2 for Lucamere, 1 for Zorana, 2 for Lucamere. It's the same. Now everyone will be preparing to move to the reception hall for drinks and conversation and more attempts to steer the consensus. You're not supposed to give any formal speeches at this point, but you are expected to make an appearance and try to charm the crowd, and that means you'd better go back to your room and freshen up a little in order to make the best impression. With the immediate stress of waiting through the votes now ended, exhaustion creeps over you. You haven't been sleeping well and you are so very tired. Maybe if you just lie down for a moment, just rest your eyes a bit. Was there a noise? Did something just fall over in your room? You're so tired. Wait, didn't this happen before? When someone broke into your room and you roll to the side, waving a hand to trigger the lights, and they don't respond? Something's overriding your controls. You take a deep breath, preparing to call for the guards, but the air tastes wrong and your head starts to spin. What a disappointing performance. That voice, it's familiar, but it can't be. It's not possible. He can't be here, We'll have to start again from the beginning. Start? Start what? Did you do something wrong? You want to protest or ask a question or beg for forgiveness, but it's too late now. You've lost control. It's all over. So Zorana was unable to win the election and claim the imperial throne. The future of the Celestial Empire remains unknown. But it doesn't have to end this way. Train different skills, make different choices, and Zorana's star might rise again. We didn't do horribly. We lost. But long live the queen, I would be hard-pressed to find someone who beat Long Live the Queen their first time playing. We lost. We did lose. But it wasn't that bad. First, initial reaction on this game is that it's so good. I'm obsessed. I loved Long Live the Queen. I love this too. The art style is so pretty. The music is so good. The writing is really, really strong.
I can tell the world building is so deep and expansive. All the characters we met were so good. I just, I really, really liked this. I really, really liked this. I think on my next playthrough, I have to be smarter about who I get as advisors. I think I really fucked up getting that random old woman to be my advisor because she didn't do shit for me. Her galactic relation skill was 10, so we fails every single galactic relation skill check. We gotta get that right. They gagged this game. I'm saying this game was so good. I'm also gonna try to do some of the like quests earlier, because it seems like the threshold for being able to pass the tests is less intensive than I thought. Like, all the quests would be like, you have to go out into the wilderness and shoot yourself in the head, and I'm like, I'm not gonna survive that. I don't have any of those skills. But I think maybe they want you to just try it anyways, and if you fail, you fail, but at least you might have a chance at the vote. Because I was not doing any of those quests in the beginning. I was like, I don't have any skills. I'm not gonna do a quest where you're asking me to go out in the wilderness and shoot myself. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have, and I would have been fine. But I also completely ignored science in this playthrough, and science is super important. You get an extra turn if you invest in science, and I never invested in science. So that's probably like a balancing thing that I just like completely fucks that up. But yeah, I'll play this again. We're Galaxy Princess Zorana-ing. For right now, I'm ending my stream though. Thanks everyone for coming. I mean, I know this game is like a weird game to stream, but it's a fave genre of mine, or a fave, what's it called? Developer. So, yeah. I don't think I'm gonna rate anyone.